Hey guys, welcome to Wrestling Days and welcome to this UFC live stream for UFC Fight Night 176. It's also known as UFC on ESPN 8. It's also known as UFC Overeem versus Harris. Call it what you want. It should be a very, very interesting night. We have got quite a while to go until we get to the first fight. I think we're around about an hour away from the prelims actually starting. In fact, I don't know. There might be some early prelims. Do you know what? I didn't even think to look and go on to the UFC actual website to see if there's any early prelims. I saw them listing main card and I saw them listing prelims, but I didn't see them listing early prelims. So hello to everyone. I'm going to go and check and see if there is any early fights. I definitely don't want to be missing out on anything. I pay $9.99 a month for a reason. Yeah, let's log in and find out, shall we? Hello to everyone that's in the chat. Hope everyone is well. Yeah, I've got to tell you, I'm quite excited for tonight because there's some very interesting fights. Here we go. Fight Pass 27. Overeem Harris prelims. Okay, well, I've got no idea if there's going to be any fights on, but I have at least got the prelims showing. So I've got a feeling it's going to be about an hour till we get to our first fights, but we will find out together. The show is just beginning on Fight Pass. And as we said, if there are any early fights, then I will let you know. We are, of course, in Jacksonville. We're at the ViStar Veterans Memorial Arena. That just rolls off the tongue, in Jacksonville, Florida. And as I said, we've got some interesting fights tonight. We are in an arena, of course. There is no crowd again. This is the third UFC event within the space of 7 days. And it's going to be quite interesting because the main event is a heavyweight contest that sees one of the greatest heavyweights of all time in Alistair Overeem taking on kind of a up-and-comer. He's not really been tested at the highest level yet. So we've got Alistair Overeem taking on Walt Harris, number 8. Oh, apparently only 15 minutes till the first fight. So there we go. This was definitely worth putting on. 15 minutes till the first fight. We've got Harris taking on Overeem in our main event in the heavyweight division. We've got Michael Bisping there, as well as Bisping. We've got Paul Felder, Brandon Fitzgerald. This is a fight night. And as we said, should be quite interesting. There's, I think, around about 10, 11 fights in total. Nice little mixture in there. Some very interesting contests. And as we said, main event, Alistair Overeem taking on Walt Harris. We are, of course, going to go through each individual fight as and when we get to them. But yeah, I'm just looking forward to sitting down and spending a few hours watching some UFC. There was a little bit of drama last week with YouTube. And in fact, that drama still exists, unfortunately. So I got to tell you, last week I was very distracted at the fact that people were saying they couldn't find the stream. And it seems like YouTube has just got a real problem at the moment. It seems like you need to be subscribed. I'm not saying this to get subscribers. I know many of you are already subscribed, so that's not why I'm saying this. But this goes across all of YouTube. So anyone that you watch on YouTube that you're a fan of, make sure you're subscribed to the channel if they do live streams, because you just can't see them. They can't be found at the moment. There's a real problem where people aren't being notified. They're not showing up on home pages. They're not showing up in subscription feeds. So we had all of that drama last week. So there's a real problem with YouTube. So that was a bit distracting. I'm not going to lie. The fact that we didn't have as many people joining us as normal. And then I had loads of people afterwards saying I couldn't find you. So that was a problem. And then on Wednesday, of course, we was watching NXT and AEW, and so we couldn't watch the midweek show. So I'm honestly looking forward to just sitting down, watching some UFC action with you guys, talking about WWE if you want to talk about WWE or NXT or NWA or AEW or UFC or whatever it is you want to talk about. I'm quite looking forward to just sitting down, having a chat, not worrying about the YouTube thing because we now know about it, and really just looking forward to some great fights. So, yeah, I'm up for tonight. I'm feeling pretty good. And we're certainly going to be here for like the next 5 hours or so, which is pretty average for us, in fairness. So, yeah, really looking forward to this. Coaster Maniacs says the contest rules are up. Let the games begin. So there's a competition at the moment where you can appear in a video with me and Coaster Maniacs. This will go up on Coaster Maniacs' channel. It's going to be like a Zoom conversation thing, but it's nothing I've ever done before. I've had chats with like a few other content creators, like £10 a podcast, and people like that, but I've never actually sat down and done like a 3-way conversation about anything and whatever, you know? So this is quite, I'm up for this. I think it's going to be very exciting. So yes, that competition is up right now on Coaster Maniacs channel. We're just having a look at a profile right now of Alistair Overeem, former Strike Force heavyweight champion, former K1 World Grand Prix heavyweight champion. Obviously got loads of big wins under his belt. I think his record's like 40. I had it written down like 42 to 14. Let me give you the actual number. He's won 45 and he's lost 18. I mean, what a imagine winning 45 MMA fights. Absolutely incredible. And they're not against journeymen. You know, he's had a hell of a career. So we really are seeing one of the greats. So you might remember he fought not too long ago. He had a fight against Rosenstrike. And he was doing really well in that. And it was just seconds from the end of the fight. And Rosenstrike caught him. And his lip, if you're squeamish, please don't search for the image because it is nasty. But his lip cut all up there. You can actually see his lip busted open where he got caught, and it is moody. It is a moody injury. But yeah, unfortunately, he lost the fight as a result with not long to go till it was going to go to a decision, and that would have been a big win if he had have got that win. But, you know, it is what it is. This is the joy of the UFC. You can get caught at any time, and as a result, anything can happen. So, yeah, I'm really up for tonight. I'd love to see Overeem again, see if he can bounce back from that disappointment. And he's taking on a real promising, not youngster by any means. I mean, Walt Harris has got 13 wins, 7 defeats, but he's got a bit of momentum at the moment, and this is going to be quite an interesting contest. So we're around just under 10 minutes till we get to our first fight. I feel like I've got so much to say. I feel like I've gone through like UFC withdrawal, and I've just got so much to go through and so much to talk about. As I said, I always try to go back and watch earlier fights, have a look at my notes that I've made from previous fights, try to give you as much info as I can, basically. So I think this first fight is going to be Rodrigo taking on Maize. Rodrigo is 27 years old, hasn't fought since July of last year. Could have the advantage if this one gets taken down to the ground. And he is undefeated. He's got a record of 7-0, but question marks as to whether he's really been tested or not. Maize has been in the Contender Series, I think like 3 times. He's had a tough fight. His first fight in the UFC was against Cyril Gane, which he lost, but that is a tough first fight. And he's faced some decent opponents. He's got a height and a reach advantage. And he has trained in the past with Curtis Blades and Dominic Reyes. Now, I'll be honest, I haven't seen a great deal of either of these fighters. So I'm quite interested in this first fight. It's in the heavyweight division. And as we said, Rodrigo is 7-0. Maize is 6-3. So you might be leaning more towards the undefeated fighter, but he's plus 105 and Maize is minus 125. Again, the minus numbers are obviously the favourites. So Maize is coming into this as a slight favourite, not a great deal in it. You know, I think this is going to be an interesting test for both guys. So quite an interesting first contest. And as we said, that's less than 10 minutes to go. Brad says, are you doing the whole show? Yes, my friend, we're going to be doing, I'm on Fight Pass right now, so we're going to be watching all of the early prelims. Then we go straight into the prelims, straight the way through, all the way to the main event. And as we said, the main event tonight, Overeem taking on Harris, number 8 in the heavyweight rankings, taking on number 9. And yeah, it's a great test for Harris, and it's going to be very interesting for Overeem. You know, he's very much in the twilight of his career, but as we saw not long ago against Rosenstruik, he's still very, very dangerous. He's maybe not the demolition man anymore, but he very much still packs a punch and still is a very big threat inside the octagon. So quite an interesting main event. Both guys are going to want wins. You know, Overeem's going to want to try and get higher up in the rankings, try and trouble the top end of the rankings. Walt Harris wants to take that next step in his career. He's had a few setbacks in the past, but as we said, he's got a bit of momentum. So, yeah, looking forward to it. And as we said, quite a few interesting fights all down the card. You know, with like Angela Hill, who I'm a fan of. I do like Angela Hill, but unfortunately, I think she is going to come up short tonight against Gadelha. So, yeah, that's women's strawweight, and that is our co-main event. And as we said, I've got notes on that fight as well. So, man, we could sit here and talk about that, but let's try and stay focused. Maybe take it one fight at a time. I'm going to jump into the chat a little bit. Say hello to people that are joining us. Really do appreciate the support. So shout out to everyone that's in the chat right now. Let me go back up. Days, I had a UFC figure. Did you know that Jazzwares are making UFC figures again? We did actually get to see the brand new Conor McGregor one. There's a new Conor figure that's on the way. Quite a few new figures that are on the way. They showed Conor McGregor, and the face didn't look all that great. It wasn't a million miles away, but you didn't look at it and go, wow, or at least I didn't look at it and go, wow, that is amazing. And also, like, they'd actually made little shorts for him to wear rather than just painting it onto the body, which is awesome, but they looked a little bit baggy. Obviously, what they wear inside the octagon is absolute skin tight, and these shorts were not. So, yeah, there was a couple of things. I just wonder if the feedback wasn't that great, and as a result, we didn't see the rest of the lineup. But there are some new figures on the way. Yeah, Walt Harris as well. It is worth mentioning. It's a little bit like the elephant in the room, if you will, but Walt Harris's stepdaughter was murdered at the end of 2019. He says he's at peace now with that. She was taken and her body was found. Really, you know, I mean, horrific. She was 19. They're showing a little thing on screen right now. Passed away late last year. 2000 to 2019. I don't really want to dwell on it, to be honest. Obviously, it was everywhere. It was a big story at the end of 2019, certainly in the UFC world. Yeah, I wish him all the best, Walt Harris. I don't think he's going to do it tonight. I mean, I think there's just been so much disruption, and not even that. Just even with like the whole coronavirus thing, I just think that experienced fighters are going to deal with this better, in my opinion. I think if there's an up-and-comer that's taken on an experienced fighter, I would be leaning towards the experienced fighter, because I think they've been to the dance many times. They know exactly what they need to do to get ready. They know the process, and if there's any disruption to that, then they can deal with it, because they can still get themselves back on track, because they know what the track is. But if you're a new fighter, if you're an up-and-coming fighter, if you've only had a handful of fights, this is going to be a very strange time This is going to have real disruption to your camp, your training camp. And I really do lean more towards experience, which is why in the main event tonight, I've gone with Overeem. I don't think there's loads to separate these two. I don't think it's an easy fight to call, but Overeem's been to the dance many, many times. Over 60 MMA fights, nearly 70 MMA fights. So, he's got bags of experience and he can lean on all of that. So, I've gone with Overeem literally for that reason. So, let me know your thoughts in the comments as to who you think is going to win, Overeem or Harris. Have you got Gadelha or Hill? That is our main event and our co-main event. As we said, we are edging our way ever closer towards the first fight of the evening. We have already done a quick little preview of it. What's great is that we do now as well have the statistics. We didn't have those last weekend. When I talk about dramas, technical dramas, they were absolutely everywhere. Not only was YouTube hiding the stream, but also if you went to UFC, they weren't showing significant strikes, total strikes, counted takedowns, all of that kind of information, which I really love because I do find that really helps figure out who's in the lead when it comes to like judges' scorecards. I mean, not that you can ever rely on that because the judges really do seem to do their own thing. But very much I find it helps. So, yes, that returned midweek. We actually did all get that back. So, hopefully we have it tonight as well. Because as I said, I do find it a big, big help. Of course, Overeem, says Wrestling Days fam. Hello to James Chadwick. Hope you are well. Days, random question. Who do you think could beat Khabib? Do you know what? I feel like Ferguson could... I'm not sure about Gaethje. You know, I think Gaethje really shocked me with his win over Ferguson. I wasn't expecting Gaethje to be able to get past Ferguson. I predicted Ferguson would win that fight. I thought that Ferguson was too unpredictable and was really going to be a problem for Gaethje to, hang with. I thought that Gaethje would do well at the start and then would fade. There's been a few question marks about his cardio, but you've got to give credit where it's due. Justin Gaethje went in last week with a fantastic game plan. And he didn't, go out there all guns blazing like what I was expecting. He paced himself. He was absolutely ready for a 5-round fight. And he got the game plan absolutely bang on. And as a result, he got the victory. So fair play to Gaethje. He fought a brilliant fight. That fight was amazing. So I feel like Gaethje, if he has another good game plan, could cause Khabib some problems. I just don't think that he's going to be able to survive Khabib's ground game. I just think that Khabib's one of the best wrestlers UFC has ever seen. Not even just in UFC right now, but UFC has ever seen. His grappling game, the way that he can just slip into different submissions. Khabib is very much in a league of his own. I kind of felt that Tony, what with him being so unpredictable, I mean, you just couldn't set anything up with Tony because you can set traps and he's not going to walk into them. He'll end up throwing you into several different situations that you wasn't expecting. I always felt that his unpredictability would make it hard for Khabib to actually read him. So I still stand by, I think Tony is the one that has potentially got the keys because he's so unorthodox. I just don't know that Khabib would be able to prepare for Tony. How do you prepare for Tony? Well, ask Gaethje. Gaethje knows. Justin Gaethje found a way. So yeah, I do think he can be stopped. I think it would be, bad for the sport if he was unstoppable. I do think he can be stopped. And I'd be leaning to Ferguson for that. I don't think McGregor would stand a chance. I really don't think McGregor would stand a chance. We've already seen McGregor event against Khabib, and there was nothing in that fight that made me think that I wanted to see a rematch. I thought he was outclassed. What shocked me about the Khabib-McGregor fight was how great Khabib was on his feet. I mean, we all know that McGregor's a decent striker, a very good striker, and obviously his boxing had improved. as he went through that training camp for Mayweather. You know, he boxed, he went rounds with Mayweather. So we knew that his striking was going to be on point. But the fact that Khabib wasn't going in and lunging in for takedowns like that often, it was amazing that he was standing and banging and doing really well. I think he really wanted to prove a point, and he did. So yeah, he is the GOAT for me at the moment, Khabib. I think he's better than John Jones, to be honest, at the moment. I really do think he is. I think he is number one in the rankings. I think John Jones is top. Then it's Khabib when it comes to the pound for pound. But for me, Khabib is probably the top fighter when it comes to pound for pound. Right, by the way, I know we are talking about fighters that aren't on this card, but we are working our way towards the first fight. As we said, Rodrigo against Maize. This is in the heavyweight. Two guys I don't know a great deal about. I mean, in all fairness, they've not had bags of fights. Rodrigo's got a 7-0 record, and Maize is 6-3. So two guys very much near the start of their careers rather than the end. Rodrigo is 27 years old, so he's got another 10 years ahead of him. So yeah, I'm kind of interested in this. This should be a decent fight. I want Brock Lesnar versus Undertaker. Brock would destroy him. Absolutely destroy him. I think the difference is too great now, to be honest. I think they were quite close about 6 years ago, but that's 6 years of Undertaker doing this and 6 years of Brock probably staying about the same, in all fairness. But the decline now in the Undertaker is noticeable, so I'm not sure I'd go that way, to be honest. Right, Maize making his way down. UFC is about to start. Fight Night. I do like the little tweets on screen, by the way. I think that's been a good little addition. Shout out to Jerry Smith. Do you remember when Khabib was threatening to quit the UFC? I do, yeah. Logan, shout out to you. I think a Mattel Raven figure would look cool. I agree. What's next for Wyatt since he lost to Strowman? You'll see that again, but next time it won't be Funhouse. It'll be Fiend versus Strowman. Right, here we go. Mike Heck tweeting in saying, real interesting matchup this. Don'Tale Mayes is the all-time fights leader in Dana White's Contender Series. Right. He's won 4 of his last 5, Don'Tale Mayes. He's finished 5 of his 7 wins by knockout. Awarded a contract on Dana White's Contender Series in Season 3, Week 4. But I'm sure he's been in previous seasons as well. I'm pretty sure he's been involved quite a bit. But either way, stepping into the octagon for one of the biggest fights of his career so far. This, as we said, is in the heavyweight division. Don'Tale Mayes is coming in as the slight favourite. Not much in this at all. And he is taking on Rodrigo Vera. It's Scooby Snack time. Willows says, I cannot wait for the main event. Should be good. I'm looking forward to it as well. I do like Overeem, and you know that we've not got much longer left of Overeem. I mean, another couple of years maybe. And it's hard to get a read of him. Just when you think that he might be fading, he pulls out a really strong performance. So this is going to be really interesting, just to see where he is, see if he can hang with someone like Walt Harris. I think he can. I've got Overeem winning it. I think that there's too much in the build for Harris. But Harris is going in a slight favourite. He is minus 150 in the main event. Overeem plus 120. So certainly the money is going on Harris. Not much. Very close, but should be interesting. Right, Rodrigo is made his way down. We should be good to go in a few minutes. He is undefeated. This is his UFC debut. Finished all 7 wins, 5 of them coming via submission. Overeem will definitely win. Days, did you watch the football today? I did not, my friend. No, I did not. I seriously have no time. Have no time. Right, so Rodrigo 27, Dante Maize is 28. Dante Maize is 6'6". Rodrigo is 6'2". Both have got very similar reach. So quite a close contest, this one. Bruce Buffer. Aussie wearing today. Lovely purple blazer. He must have just rooms. Instead of wardrobes, he's just got rooms of jackets. Just rooms and rooms and rooms. This is the yellow jacket room. This is the green jacket room. He's just got rooms of jackets. Living the dream. Right, is doing the honours for us. Let's jump into the chat, say hello to a few people. Hello to Randy Justice. Hello to Michael Action. Harris is going to win for his daughter. Overeem is toast. Yeah, I mean, I think we would all like that. I think we would all like that if that was the case. I don't know. I think there's been so much disruption. I mean, can he really be going in there focused and, you know, work into the game plan, or is he just going to be a little wild? I don't know. I can't get a read on it. It's such extreme circumstances that we're all going through, and certainly what he's been through as well. So we'll find out. We'll find out in the main event. I do think it's a very intriguing main event. But we've got a little while to go until we get there. So we are going to be starting off with this first fight. Yes, she's been working so hard, that girl, all week long. Those round cards don't carry themselves, you know. Right, we are underway, my friends. We are underway with our first fight. And already we've got Rodrigo doing very well, standing his ground in the center with Maize on the outside. And we've got a kicking game at the moment. Rodrigo switching up his stances as well. An oblique kick coming in by Maize. Maize going for a front leg kick as well, hitting the thigh. So Maize, I think, is going to keep trying to work on that leading leg. Another front leg kick coming in as well by Maize. Maize on the outside with Rodrigo standing his ground in the center, but leaning in, charging in, driving Maize up against the side of the octagon, and Maize spins him round. So Maize is now backed up against the octagon. These two really have engaged. There's no standing back or standing around looking a little bit lost in this one. Already we've got Rodrigo leaning his weight into Maize, driving him up against the octagon. And you can see that he's just trying to wear down Maize. He's trying to put all his weight onto Maize, really trying to sap some of that energy. I think if he can, he might even be looking for a cheeky takedown. We've got the numbers as well, which is amazing. So Maize 12 strikes, Rodrigo 9, but all 9 of Rodrigo's have been significant. Only half of Maize's have. So and so far no takedowns each. So at the moment, Rodrigo leading in significant strikes. Maize has switch things around, and he is now the one that's got Rodrigo against the side of the octagon. The two break apart. Back into the center with Rodrigo. Still standing his ground in the center. Nice left-hand jab coming in by Rodrigo. Right-left 1-2 combo by Rodrigo as well. He is stalking Maize at the moment. Maize very much on the back foot. Again, just going in for another left jab. Rodrigo Nascimento standing his ground in the middle. Pace falling away a little bit. Leading leg strike coming in by Nascimento, Rodrigo. Another leading leg strike coming in as well. Both guys just still feeling each other out. Oh my God, my back feels like it's been attacked by a jungle cat. Jody, what is going on, my friend? What's happened to you? Oh, big right hand by Nascimento. Big right hand drives Maize back. Tries to follow it up with a left as well. Now he's looking for a takedown and he gets it. That's a takedown for Rodrigo Nascimento and he is on top of Maize. So Maize down on his back. Nascimento just starting to get the better of this round. 21 total strikes to 19. 18 significant strikes to 12. 1 takedown to none. All the numbers looking good so far for Nascimento. Got to tell you, he came in as a slight underdog. He was plus 105. Maize was minus 125. He's on top of Maize at the moment. Maize desperately trying to fight his way out, trying to scramble here. Pretty good first round, this. They haven't stood off each other. There's not been too much standing around. We've been up against the side of the cage. There's been a couple of big strikes thrown. We've had a takedown. Now we've got some groundwork. A little bit of everything. Nascimento, so we're down into the 30-odd seconds left in this round. Oh, Nascimento with some big clubbing blows. Maize back up to his feet. He wasn't really making much progress, so both guys getting back up. Maize looks like he's all right. Looks like it hasn't taken too much out of him. Overhand right there by Maize. Another overhand. Goes for a kick as well to the chest. Oblique kick, but that's the end of the round. Annoying. That's the end of the round. So, yeah, decent first round. I can tell you total strikes 35 to 23 for Rodrigo there. So, he is dominating this one. Shout out to Wrestling Days fans. Shout out to everyone that's joining us. This is the first fight of the evening. We said that it should be a decent little fight, and it's certainly proven to be that way. Don't stop. He's going to start tiring. That's what Nascimento's corner is saying. Okay, there we go. Right, my friends. We're moving on to round number 2. Shout out to Miss Clown One. Okay, we are underway with the second round in this opening contest. And as we said, it's been a lot of fun so far. Round 1 was very good. Head kick coming in by Nascimento. Head kick by Nascimento, but he could not capitalize. Maize actually spinning on him, and it was Maize that managed to get a couple of shots in. But a head kick by Nascimento there. Look, like you could just sense that he was going for the kill for a moment, but he could not follow it up. Maize was very, very quick to react to that. Very quick to react to that. Credit where it's due there to Maize for getting through that. They're just showing us significant strikes on screen right now. It's actually 31-17. 31-17 to Nascimento. So here we go. Maize has got Nascimento up against the side of the octagon. Maize is controlling things. Knees coming in by Maize. Strike to the midsection as well. Holding onto the arms of Nascimento. Nascimento, you've got to say, is much bigger. Much bigger than Maize. Bisping saying you've got to watch Nascimento's knees. He threw a big one on the Contender Series. As I said, I haven't actually seen a great deal of these two, but I did go back and have a look at some of their fights. Strikes coming in. Oh, is that a takedown by Nascimento? Nascimento getting Hayes. He's on the back. And is that a rear naked? Rear naked choke? I think he's got him. I think Nascimento. He's tapped him. Nascimento taps out Maize. Nascimento was winning this. Rodrigo was winning. He took round 1. Didn't take him long in round 2. Manages to take him down. Takes the back. Slips a rear naked choke. There we go. Good win. And so Nascimento remains undefeated. Coming into this, he was 7-0. He is now 8-0. And I got to tell you, that was not my pick. I thought that Maize was going to get that. But Nascimento dominated this one. Took the first round. Was leading the second. Good night, Irene. But there we go. Great result for Nascimento. 8-0. Okay, we're going to get the official result when we go back, but obviously we already know what that is, so I'm going to change the graphic over. So I think our next one's going to be Courtney Casey, which should be a fun little fight. Courtney Casey taking on Borella. So that should be our second fight. So this is going to be, this next fight, so women flyweight. Casey doesn't have the best record. She's 8-7. Borella is 12-7, but Casey is coming in as a slight favorite. -160, Borella +140. Casey is better boxer, volume striker. Hasn't fought since early 2019, though. Lost 3 of her last 4, but so has Borella. She's going to get more significant strikes than Borella. If this is going to stay on the feet, then you would have to be leaning towards Casey because she is the better striker. Borella is better on the ground. She's going to be looking for ground and pound. She's going to be looking for takedowns. She might have a slight strength advantage. So what's interesting about this next fight is which way does it go? If Casey can keep it on the feet, she is going to win. If it's going to go down to the ground, then it's going to be Borella. You do think that Casey might be able to ride out one takedown, might be able to ride out, she can hold her own on the ground. It's not going to be a case that she's going to be absolutely destroyed. But, it's going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting. I'm looking forward to this fight. Paul Felder in the ring talking to Rodrigo Nascimento and his trainer, I believe. Winner by submission, rear naked choke if you are just joining us. Rodrigo Nascimento, 8-0 in his MMA career right now. Finished all 8 wins, 6 via submission. Definitely looking like an interesting prospect. Rodrigo Nascimento looked very good in that last fight. So remember the name. Remember the name, Rodrigo Nascimento. Right, let's jump back into the chat whilst we're waiting for this next fight to begin. Lauren says, this is the first time watching UFC and I am loving it. It's really good, Lauren. It's really technical. People have got strengths and weaknesses. Some people are better at, with kicks. Some people are better with strikes. Some people are better on the ground. Some people can do takedowns all day long, but when they actually get people down, they don't know what to do with them. Some people can't do takedowns at all. It's very interesting stuff. There's so many different strategies. And there's been some wild fights, even this year. I mean, do you know what? This year has seen some of the best fights. Some of the best fights. that Joanna Jędrzejczyk fight earlier in the year was absolutely incredible. And even the fights this week, I mean, Ferguson-Gaethje was an absolute war last Saturday, the main event of UFC 249. And I don't know if you saw Tajira in the week as well. That Tajira fight was absolutely wonderful. That was a brilliant, brilliant fight. In fact, there was a few good fights on Wednesday. So, yeah, I mean, look, I don't know what's going on this year, but we are getting some absolutely incredible action. Hopefully, that is going to continue all night long as well. Hopefully, that will continue all night long. So, we are done with our first fight. Nascimento beating Maize via rear naked choke. Can't wait for Backlash, says Wrestling Days fam. Should be good. Becky Lynch is having a kid. She is. James Chadwick says, UFC is awesome. I've been watching it for many, many years. Wrestling Days fan says, that woman's fight was fire. Jerry Smith saying that was a good fight. So great to have such a positive community. Shout out to all of you, man. It's really enjoyable to spend this time with you guys. Just sit down and watch the fights and kind of share our thoughts and everything. So, yeah, I mean, I'll be the first to admit I know more about wrestling than I do about UFC. I've been watching WWE since the early 90s when I was young. But I haven't, obviously, UFC hasn't been around that long. So, well, kind of has. But I've been watching it since... How long have I been watching UFC? I mean, I've been watching it since the 2000s. I suppose I really got into it around 2010. So about 10 years for UFC that I've been watching on a regular basis. So, yeah, I definitely know more about WWE than I do about UFC, which is why it's so fun to kind of sit down and talk about it with you guys. Because I definitely learn stuff as well, so... But yeah, man, looking forward to tonight. We've just got a profile on Alistair Overeem, who, as we said, one of the greats in the heavyweight division. I mean, really has been up there in some of the biggest fights. Days, who should win this next fight? I've got Courtney Casey winning this next one. I think Courtney Casey's not going to allow this to get taken down to the ground. Even though her record isn't amazing, 8-7, I think she's going to have too much for Borella. Casey is going in as slight favourite. So she is minus 160. Borella is plus 140. I kind of agree with that. I do think it's close. There's not much in this, but I'm leaning to Casey as well. So, yeah, women's flyweight is the next contest. Days, did you see Dortmund versus Schalke? I did not, my friend. No, I don't even know who won. I've got no idea. Let me know in the chat. My first show had Chuck Liddell on the card. That's awesome. Overeem trains where Gaethje does, says Madupt. Lovely facts. Lovely information. Ozzy says, the UFC is such an enjoyable watch-along. It's stress-free. And it's nice to see a wrestling community try MMA. Yeah, I mean, I completely agree. I mean, I think what's really nice is that there's a lot of crossover between the two. Now, I think both sets of fans might find that a little bit offensive. Wrestling purists might not agree that this new sport of MMA, UFC, has got much in common with, wrestling and all of its prestige. But it does. It does. There's actually a lot of MMA elements coming into wrestling. A lot of MMA fighters coming into wrestling. You've only got to look at Ronda and Brock. I know Brock started in WWE, but still, look at what he achieved in the UFC. But you got Shayna Baszler, you got Matt Riddle. Sonya Deville has even done some MMA work as well. So there's a fair few fighters. I mean, we had Cain Velasquez, former UFC heavyweight champion, was just recently let go by WWE. And you know that you're going to see many, many more. So if you're a fan of WWE, watching UFC makes a lot of sense because undoubtedly some of these people will end up in WWE one day. Undoubtedly. So I think there's some crossover there. In regards to UFC, it's taken a lot of the showmanship. It's taken a lot of like entrance music, and kind of like character nicknames, and a lot in the presentation, a lot of the lighting, and a lot of the promotional work. Dana has said that they've taken influence from WWE. Dana's been in the crowd at WrestleMania, so there's a lot of crossover between the two. Year of the Fighter, Israel Adesanya documentary that's on UFC Fight Pass right now. Should be very interesting. Big fan of Adesanya. Although didn't enjoy his fight against Yoel Romero. That was horrible. That was an absolute snooze fest. He really needs to bounce back from that. It wasn't really his fault, but Walt Harris now, I believe, is talking about his stepdaughter. I'm surprised that they're including this in the build, but I suppose you have to, don't you? As long, how can you not? This fight was meant to take place at the end of last year, and of course it couldn't. If you are just joining us, Harris' stepdaughter was killed at the end of 2019. If you ask Walt Harris, fighting has saved his life twice. Right, yes. Before we get too stuck into that, Casey versus Borella, flyweight. And as we said, we've already had a little rundown of this one. I'm leaning towards Casey on this. Joseph says, I really want Harris to win just based on pure heart. Yeah, I mean, I really do like Overeem. I've had so much fun watching his fights over the years that I've got a real soft spot for him. He's one of my favorite veterans, if you will. But I don't think anyone would begrudge Harris getting the victory tonight. I don't know, Matt. It's a difficult thing to talk about because it is so raw. Still, I mean, we're sitting here. It's May. I mean, like, this happened last year, November. It's only like 6 months ago. That's no time whatsoever. I don't know. I don't know if it's all a bit soon. He says that he's at peace with it. So I wish him all the best. Borella taking on Casey is going to be our next fight. Here they come. Ring walk time. Borella from Italy. 6th USC appearance. Okay, Megan just talking as Borella makes her way down. Did you know the original plan was to have Becky Lynch face Nia Jax? I did read that, and I heard that Shayna Baszler was meant to win Money in the Bank. That was the original winner. But obviously when Becky said she was pregnant, everything changed. Days can't wait for WrestleMania 50. Well, you're going to have to wait for a little while. We're not seeing the ring walks on ESPN Plus, just some ads. Oh, okay. Well, you're not missing much. Borella, highest striking defense in the flyweight history, 71.6%. First female Italian fighter to compete in the UFC. So if you're Italian, this is pretty inspirational lady right here. What happened to the BMF champ, Masvidal? Haven't heard about him for a while. He's still on the radar. There was rumors that it was going to be Masvidal against McGregor. It was going to be Masvidal against Usman. So there's been a few like matches that have been made and whatever, and then they haven't come to fruition. I actually haven't heard what the latest is. I haven't heard what the plan is when it comes to Masvidal. We don't have a card next week. So I'm kind of hoping they're working on some cards in the future, and then we should get a lot of announcements. 10 hours ago. So 10 hours ago, this was from The Sun here in the UK, so you can take it with a pinch of salt. Conor McGregor will make his UFC return at welterweight, which will open the door for a Nate Diaz rematch or a Jorge Masvidal mega fight. The 31-year-old Irishman marked his UFC comeback in January with a 40-second win over Cowboy Cerrone. And looks like, yeah, he wants to go after the BMF belt. So it very much could be Masvidal versus McGregor. Courtney Casey, 4th fastest knockdown in strawweight history. As we said, very good with her fists. Volume strikers. She's going to throw a fair bit here. No messing around when it comes to Courtney Casey. Both women are 33. Borella has got a 2-inch reach advantage. This is the screamer. She screams like a freak. Last fight she won, she screamed stupidly. I'm not sure that's her official nickname. I wish it was. Fighting! Right, let's get the statistics up. I am loving the fact that these are back. So Casey has won 38% by knockout, 38% by submission, 25% by decision. She's got quite a nice range there, but she's definitely better on her feet. Dana White said that they will go again the following Saturday after the first 3 events. P.S. Conor wants none of Masvidal. Conor has reached his ceiling. All above are too elite. I think he could beat Masvidal. I think Masvidal had a really good year, but if you actually look at Masvidal before that year, he was a little bit hot and cold. You never know what Masvidal's going to turn up. Is it the Masvidal that can spark Ben Askren? Is it the Masvidal that can win the BMF title? I feel like with good camp, I think McGregor would be. I think it'd be a good fight. I don't think Masvidal would dominate McGregor. I really don't. Right. Well, anyway, let's not talk about them. Let's talk about 2 fighters that are inside the octagon right now. Casey and Borella. We are underway. So far, Casey, we've already spoken about her volume that she throws. So far, total strikes, Casey, 11. Borella, none. Casey, though, has been driven up against the side of the octagon. Borella leaning her weight into Casey. So this is exactly what Borella needs to do, because she's got to try and find a way of not allowing Casey to fire those fists, let those hands go, get that volume in. So what she's doing is she's driving Casey up against the octagon, suffocating her really, just really all over her, leaning on her, trying to sap some of that energy, but more importantly, trying to neutralize the threat that is the hands. Now, Casey, she's all right here. This is kind of neutral ground. And if she goes down, as we said, she's not bad if she gets taken down. But she definitely would prefer to have a little bit of space between her and Borella so that she could let her hands fly. Knees coming in by Borella. They're spinning and they are down. So Casey has gone down. That's going to count as a takedown for Borella. Now this is where things start to get tricky for Casey because Borella is stronger and she is a little better on the ground. And this is going to start to worry Casey now. This is not going to plan. She did not want to find herself in this situation. So things were all right up until this point now. So we've still got 2 minutes 50 left in the round. She's trying to turn over onto her side. She's got a body lock on, Casey. Forearm to the face as well. Nice wide stance by Borella, who's in a very dominating position. Casey, though, slipping, trying to scramble her way out of it. Borella on top of her still. Really are having to work so hard here now as they're jockeying for better positions. This is where MMA can get very interesting. When I first started watching MMA, I hated it when they went down to the ground because I found it very slow and not that interesting. But once you actually know what they're looking to do and the different positions they can get into, it does start to become a little more interesting. Hammer fists. A couple of hammer fists coming in by Casey there. And I can't see Borella making much progress, but she's right back on top of Casey. Right back on top, but she's got to be so careful because she could easily walk into a trap. Casey looking for an armbar, desperately trying to get that arm. Borella is not letting that arm go. So even though Casey is on her back, did she get it? She got it. She got the arm. She got the arm. Casey managed to get the arm. Got the arm bar. As soon as she got it, that was it. As soon as she got it, that was it. Borella tapped. This is what I'm saying. Even though Casey was actually on her back, even though Borella was the one that jumped onto Casey and Borella was on top, she seemed to be in the more dominant position. Look at what Casey is doing with the arm. She's desperately trying to get the arm, and look at that, smacking her in the head as well, just so she could get the arm. As soon as she's got the arm bar, done. Oh, it's nasty. She is pulling that arm out of its socket. She is doing real damage there. There was no way out for her. She got caught like a Venus flytrap. So didn't expect it to go that way. As I said, Casey very good on her feet, but it's actually Casey that gets a submission victory. She has had victories that way. So absolutely fair play. Really good, man. Really, as I've said as we were watching it, I used to watch UFC, and I never appreciated the ground stuff. But you've really got to be looking at what they're doing and what positions they're in and where's the arms and can they get round the back for a rear naked choke? Is there a triangle attempt? All things like that. And I think that fight was a really good example. Well, I take back my words. She managed to get a win here, so maybe she'll get one more UFC fight now. Yeah, I mean, not a brilliant record. I, in fairness, felt that she had enough to win this fight, but I didn't expect it to go that way, as I said. So, very interesting. Elkins versus Landwehr is the next one that we've got. We might have to wait a little while for that because of how quick this second fight went. There we go. Courtney Casey, victorious via submission, armbar, round 1, 3:36. Good result. Good result for her. Who won, says Bad Guy. It was Courtney Casey, who now has 7 first-round finishes. Her MMA record, not brilliant, 9-7. But another one in the win column for Casey. And actually, we are now going over to the prelims on BT Sport so we can watch it on the TV, which will be a bit better. I can tell you that Borella, 21 strikes, Casey 18. So Borella, 3 more strikes, but Casey with 6 significant strikes to 5. So, I mean, it was a bit too early in the fight to look at the numbers and really read too much into those, but it's irrelevant. First round submission, armbar for Casey. And we are moving on. Jerry says, I've got Elkins for the win. Yeah, I think this is a difficult one to call again. I felt that Casey, I went with Casey in that last one. This one, I'm leaning to Landwehr. This is featherweight. Elkins has got a great record, 24-8, whereas Landwehr is 13-3. This very much is a pick'em fight, and what that means is it could go either way. It's a hard one to call, so you can't really be wrong whoever you go with. Elkins, very experienced, not great punching power in all fairness, on a bit of a losing streak as well, has taken a lot of damage, and very much is in the twilight, in a bit of a decline now, but could still have too much for Landwehr. Landwehr, disappointing debut, still only 31. Takedown defense isn't great, and he's got a lot to prove. So he is going to want to come back after that disappointing defeat and show that he can hang at this level. I think this is a good fight for both fighters. This reminds me of the first fight, to be honest. I think that this is I mean, this isn't really anyone being fed to anyone. This is 2 guys at different points in their career that kind of both need this fight right now. Elkins on a bit of a decline, so needs to prove himself that he can still hang. Landwehr coming off of a defeat, going up against someone with more experience, needing to prove that he can hang. So this is why it's a bit of a pick'em. Elkins is -115. Landwehr is -105. It's quite rare to have both fighters minus. Normally you have someone minus and someone plus. If they're minus, they're favourite. If they're plus, then obviously they're the outsider, the underdog. But both fighters in this, looking at the Vegas odds, were both minus. So, as you said, quite rare for that to happen, which is why this is a pick'em. So it's going to be interesting. I genuinely think this is going to be an interesting fight as to which way this goes. Clapping hands, clapping hands, clapping hands. William Hensey, shout out to you, my friend. Thank you for joining us. I saw that you was in the chat before we started. Yeah, early squad, early notification squad. Shout out to you. But yeah, I really appreciate the support, dude. And as I said, I really appreciate all of you joining us. It's always fun for me to do these UFC streams because they are very much a different flavor to the wrestling streams. The wrestling streams, I don't know, maybe we have a bit more fun on those because obviously you can have a bit more fun with wrestling than you can with UFC. UFC doesn't typically tend to be laugh a minute. But yeah, it's a set, a different flavor. So they say variety is the spice of life. So it is nice to kind of take a break from wrestling and have a look at some UFC stuff. And as we said, if you are watching us for the first time, we do the big shows. We try to do all the fight nights. We definitely, even if there was a wrestling show that was up against a UFC number show, I think I'd do the UFC show. Those big UFC events are huge. I don't know. It's in all fairness, I've never had to come across that problem because UFC is on a Saturday for their shows, and WWE tend to do their pay-per-views on a Sunday. So I've been fortunate whereby I've never had to choose. So yeah, I'm very fortunate in that sense. But yeah, we're here, man, all the time. I'm looking forward to whatever is still to come because we've still got big fights that still need to be rearranged from obviously everything that's happened with the coronavirus and everything like that. So, plus also, as we were looking at earlier, you know, you've got Masvidal, you've got McGregor, you've got Usman, you know, we've got Cormier as well. I mean, we don't know when Stipe Miocic is coming back because of his eye, but I saw Cormier the other day saying, just give me the date, man. Give me the date. Cormier really wants that third fight against Stipe. That obviously is for the UFC Heavyweight Championship. Stipe Miocic is the current heavyweight champion. Daniel Cormier, a.k.a. DC, who you will have heard on commentary for those big shows, he wants his title back. So, yeah, there's quite a few big fights that I'm looking forward to. Oh, Henry Cejudo as well. What a shock that was. Him retiring, stepping away last week. That was quite the surprise. So, yeah, man. Really a different flavour. Really good stuff. So, as we said, we got Elkins taking on Landwehr. That is coming up next. Shouldn't have to wait too long for that because we are nicely underway now with this event. I can see that we've got 4 more matches, including this next one on the prelims. As soon as we've done that, then we will be at the main card. So we are edging our way closer towards the main card of the evening. And as we said, main event, we'll see Alistair Overeem taking on Walt Harris. Walt Harris, you know, coming back from that tragedy. And Alistair Overeem very much wanting to prove and get some revenge, if you will, for what happened last time out against Rosenstreich. Next Saturday, Double or Nothing. Yeah, next Saturday, Double or Nothing. Very fortunate. I don't believe there is a UFC show next weekend, so means that we can watch Double or Nothing in peace, not having to worry about what to choose. So, yeah, I think we will be watching Double or Nothing next weekend. And then I think it's the weekend after that we've got the next show. Actually, if I jump over, it might even give me some information on Google. If we have a look, at least it'll give me the date. So, UFC Fight Night. Do you know what? It could be, according to Google, the next event is UFC 250, which is going to be... I mean, it's got Amanda Nunes on the card. Again, you could argue that she is the best MMA fighter. So certainly the best female MMA fighter, Amanda Nunes. Either her or Valentina Shevchenko, but I'm going Nunes. She's taken on Felicia Spencer in the women featherweight main event of UFC 250. So very much looking forward to that. Charles Byrd taking on Pitolo in the middleweight co-main event. Meerschaert on that as well. Formiga is on that card. So few interesting fighters. I mean, I'll be honest, so far, not the strongest card I've ever seen. But I'm a big fan of Amanda Nunes. So Nunes being on that card, that's June 6th. So apparently after tonight, that's going to be the next event. So we've got a little way to go. Talking of Stipe Miocic and Daniel Cormier, obviously our main event tonight is in the heavyweight division, and they're just showing us the rankings at the moment. So Alistair Overeem is 8th, Walt Harris is 9th, Miocic is champion, Daniel Cormier right up there. Of course, we saw that brilliant victory by Ngannou. Elkins versus Landwehr is coming up next. So we are edging that way. Shout out to Josh. I can't wait for Double or Nothing. It's going to be awesome. Should be a lot of fun, yes. The Damage versus the Train. That's what we've got now. The Damage versus the Train. Darren the Damage Elkins taking on Nate the Train Landwehr. Both of these guys from the United States. Not much difference in reach. No difference in leg reach. Obviously, they're fighting at 145. So, yeah, should be good. As we said, should be quite close. This is a pick'em, this one. Stipe won't fight until COVID-19 outbreak is over. He's a first responder here in Cleveland, and he said that work is his priority now. I actually didn't hear that quote. So, thank you. Can you shout out Daisy Bobbler? Shout out to Finder's Fortnite. Can't wait for the next second to come. Brian Schaefer, how are you, my friend? Shout out to you. William Hensey enjoying some chicken nuggets at the moment. Sasuke 100k, shout out to you. McGregor versus Masvidal will sell out an empty crowd. I can promise you that. Yes, that's a fight I really would love to see. I mean, it's really hard to. I mean, that obviously they're talking about that happening at welterweight. It's kind of hard to know what's happening with Ferguson now and what's going to happen with Gaethje and Khabib. I'd imagine it will be Gaethje versus Khabib, maybe at the end of this year. But I don't know what would be next for Ferguson. I had a little sneaky suspicion McGregor might be. It could be McGregor-Ferguson winner gets Khabib. But it seems like McGregor might be heading more towards Masvidal, but I don't know. I mean, this is the thing with UFC. These rumors are around all the time. You know, I believe the fights when I actually see them. Ferguson versus Khabib's been made 5 times. So until I actually see them doing the ring walks, I refuse to believe it. I'm hoping to get a reply for this chat. I see that you're really into sports, yes. How did you get into the live streams? DJS, shout out to you, my friend. I see you're really into sports, MMA, UFC, AEW, NXT, SmackDown, Raw, and Total Divas. The Total Divas ones was picked by the community. That was not my choice, but I must admit, I've never seen so many boobs in all my life. So it's been a joy. But yeah, how did I get into live streams? It's what I've always wanted to do. If you go back, the very first video on my channel is me talking about a WWE event, a bit of a predictions thing, where I'm literally I just wanted to talk about wrestling and my thoughts. And so being able to do that live, to actually watch the shows, kind of share my thoughts, see what other people thought about it, kind of get that instant reaction. You can kind of do it on Twitter, but I find that I feel that there's more of a sense of a community when you actually watch it together live on YouTube. I don't know why. I suppose it's because there's just so many people on Twitter that you never really connect with anyone. I suppose you see a few of the same names or whatever, a few of the bigger Twitter personalities, but yeah, I just find this is a much more got a community feel to it. And I love it, man. It's what I wanted to do from the start. But the problem was I actually had a job where I worked in a music store, which I loved doing. I love that job. I did that for 15 years. But it got to the point where, you know, music sales are on the decline, of course. And this was something that was a real passion of mine that I was very fortunate was, you know, growing and was, you know, people seem to enjoy. So in 2018, I made the decision to leave that and do this full time. And it's been a lot of fun. I've really enjoyed it. We've got a great community, and I'm very, 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 very fortunate. I mean, that is absolutely not lost on me. I think that's the real benefit of having worked for 15 years is that I understand it. I appreciate it. I've put the graft in. I mean, I did really work hard in that music shop. That was 12-hour days every day, and working through lunches. I mean, my longest shift was 36 hours, which you would think is amazing and borderline. How could you even do that in a music shop? But we were having a refit, so I worked in the day. I had to be there at night so that we could get the refit done, and then I was at work the next day. So I just ended up going straight the way through. So yeah, I've done all of that. So I fully appreciate the grind, which is why, I mean, we do like daily streams now. We stream every single day on this channel, and you know, I'm used to doing that. It's a passion of mine, and I really appreciate everyone joining us. I really do. With all of that loving over, though, no ring walks on BT, unfortunately. So we haven't seen them come out, but instead we are ready to rumble, and we are now underway as well with this fight. This is Elkins in black, Landwehr in blue. As we said, this is a pick'em. Not much in this at all. Not much in this at all. Shout out to Wrestling Days, fam. Evan, shout out to you, my friend. William, we know there's problems with YouTube. The problems are that the streams just can't be seen. They're not appearing in subscription feeds. You know, last weekend's show had a lot of hype around it. And as I said, I was a little distracted last week because I could see that there wasn't that many people around. And it's a problem with YouTube. YouTube is not sending out notifications to everyone. The streams, live streams on YouTube at the moment aren't appearing in people's feeds. If you search for things on YouTube, you can't find them. There's real problems, and there's nothing that anyone can do. It's something that's affecting all of YouTube at the moment. We've got a takedown. So good work by Elkins. Landwehr on his back at the moment. Elkins has come out quite hot here. 13 strikes to 7 so far. So 13 strikes to 7. And we've got Elkins on top of Landwehr. So he's going to try and wear him down. He's firing in some forearm strikes. Elkins, yeah, he was going for a bit of a submission attempt. He had a bit of a dragon sleeper on there. Guillotine choke. Elkins is all over Landwehr in this early stage. But Landwehr is up onto his feet. He's managed to get back over. There's a couple of knees coming in by Elkins. Kind of feel like Landwehr just needs to ride this a little bit. Elkins has come out very hot. Very, very hot. Landwehr has managed to get some space between him and Elkins. So Landwehr is stalking Elkins at the moment. I think I really feel like Elkins might tire. Nice overhand right by Elkins, but Landwehr nowhere near. Couple of deep breaths coming in by both guys already. Quite a hot opening exchange. Nice right hand there coming in by Landwehr. Couple of left hand jabs as well. Yeah, there's a cut on the face of Elkins now. So Landwehr definitely has caught him. I can tell you, though, Elkins has really been hot. Really been hot. He's come out and thrown a lot in this. 33 strikes to 12. But at the moment, it's Elkins now that's a bit on the back foot. I think Landwehr might start to settle into a bit of a rhythm. Elkins with 24 headshots. Landwehr with 8. And he's driving Landwehr back against the side of the octagon. This is our third fight of the evening. A couple of fists being thrown around. Nice left hand by Landwehr. So 37-17. Significant strikes, 27-17. Elkins is leading. You'd say this is an Elkins round, but Landwehr, I would say, looking very comfortable towards the end of this. Certainly, if you look at the face of Elkins, he's got blood coming down the side of his nose. He's been caught quite nasty, and Landwehr really could just keep targeting that, really make that a problem. I think it's just below the eye. I think it's just to the side of the nose. Elkins backing away. Landwehr moving forward. 43-23. So Elkins still getting his shots through. Lunging forward. Went for a head kick but slips down. Uppercut comes in by Landwehr. But that's the end of that round. That was the end of that round. Yeah, I did see the timer disappeared. It keeps doing that for some reason. I do need to find a way of making it maybe a little bit more reliable. I don't know if it's a problem with OBS or anything, but yeah, the timer does keep disappearing. Hans is the hacker. Shout out to Lee Tromley. Lee Tromley. Shout out to you, buddy. Any chance of a shout out? Salford Lee. There you go, Salford Lee. Every day is Daisy Land. Shout out to you, Coaster Maniacs. Right, we are about to get into a second round. Didn't see the second round in the last fight, but we're about to sneak into there now for this one. So, I mean, if you're looking at the numbers, you'd have to be giving it to Elkins. 46 strikes to 27, 36 significant strikes to 27. One takedown as well, but honestly, I felt like Landwehr was a little more composed at the end. It's going to be very interesting to see what Elkins has got left in the tank. He might have given a little bit too much of himself in that first round, but we're going to find out. He did get, well, I thought he got clipped, but he seemed to suggest that he just stumbled there. Elkins, again, coming out with quite a bit of energy, trying to drive Landwehr against the side of the octagon. He's working hard, Elkins. If he can keep this up for 3 rounds, it'll be impressive. Couple of left-hand jabs coming in by Elkins. Backing away. Landwehr standing his ground. Nice right-hand uppercut. Left-hand jab straight down the middle. Elkins, as we said, he's already been caught a few times. Front leg kick coming in by Landwehr. Left jab again. Right-left combo by Elkins. 50-34 is where we are right now when it comes to strikes. They're both in a clinch in the center. They're fighting in the pocket. Nice right hands coming in by Landwehr. I tell you what, we've had some good fights. That first fight was all right tonight. The second fight had a good submission stoppage in the first. Arm bar. And now we've got a bit of a war here between these two. Really going at it. 1 minute 30 gone in the second. Both guys standing their ground in the center. A couple of left-hand jabs coming in by Elkins. Overhand right coming in. Nice left to the body. You can see the damage on Elkins' face. Oh, I got tagged with a left-hand jab, just snapping his head back. The train is doing damage to the damage. Some more left-hand jabs. Keeps coming in with those left-hand jabs, then fires that overhand right, Landwehr. But again, just putting his hands up, inviting Elkins to come on to him. This is a great fight, man. This is a great fight. They're both just, look at this. Landwehr is just walking after him. Just stalking Elkins. Elkins, you know, backing away, and Landwehr just walking after him. We got a nice little contest here. Landwehr won't want to keep his hands down too much. Elkins really is enjoying throwing some fists. 67-49 on total strikes. 58-50 on significant. So Elkins working so hard. Couple of jabs right on the chin, right on the button. Didn't seem to be a great deal of power. Couple of kicks to the thigh. One coming into the body as well. Elkins with the left-hand jab. Nice hook. Left hook coming in by Elkins. The two into a clinch. Knees coming into the body. Down goes Elkins. Looking for a single leg. And now he's up against the cage. Landwehr. And into the clinch. We've got some trip attempt. Couldn't get it. He's got him up against the side of the octagon. And Landwehr is putting all of his weight onto Elkins at the moment. They break apart again. This fight is fire. This is a great fight. This is a great fight. It's not great if you're Elkins' face. Let's put it that way. But really enjoyable stuff. Landwehr again stalking Elkins. And, oh, man, I wish this was 5 rounds. I really wish this was 5 rounds. I'd be so fascinated to know if they could keep this pace up for 5 rounds. Really enjoyable fight. These two both really going for this. Nice right hand coming in by Landwehr. Elkins a bit on the back foot. He's taken a lot of punishment, Elkins. He's taken a lot of punishment. He's got the crimson mask, as they say in WWE. Blood all over his face. Couple of quick jabs coming in by Landwehr. 83-67 on total strikes. 69-67. And these two still throwing down in the center. 30-odd seconds left. Timeout. Is a doctor going to look at him? What's the timeout called for? Doctor. He's going to have the doctor look at him. So Herb Dean wants this looked at. That cut. There's a lot of blood. We've got some swelling coming in as well. I think the doctor says we're all right to continue. And continue we will. There's less than 30 seconds left in this round. This is a great fight, man. This really is a great fight. Yeah, there's a lot of feinting going on. A lot of pretending to throw. Kick to the body. Arm behind the back now by Landwehr. Oh! He is, man. Nate Landwehr really is doing a lot of showboating right now. Great round. Great fight. Really enjoyable stuff. Happy birthday, James Chadwick. Shout out to you, my friend. Hello, Trini. Hope you are well. We are sneaking into the 3rd round here of a brilliant fight. If you are just joining us, I can see people are joining us all the time. This is a brilliant contest. We've got a guy in there that looks like Dexter Loomis, a guy in there that looks like Adam Rotella. He's not in great shape. I was just trying to hear what his corner was saying. So, yeah, Elkins is leading when it comes to total strikes and takedowns. If you look at numbers, you would say this is Elkins' fight, but I would say in actuality, it's Landwehr's the one that's taking the fight to Elkins. That face is a mess. That's a face only a mother could love right now. Right. Here we go then, friends. This has been a brilliant fight. Fight of the night so far. Could be fight of the night, full stop. Absolutely brilliant contest. Loved watching this. And we're into the 3rd and final round. Knee to the head. Knee to the head by Landwehr. Right, 4 minutes 40 for someone to win this. Ooh, lovely right-left combo by Landwehr as Elkins came charging in. Goes in for a single leg, and he's looking to make this fight quite interesting. Elkins looking for a takedown, but Landwehr managing to block it. There's blood everywhere right now. Elkins, as he got down, wiped his head on the mat, and there's blood now all over that corner, dripping all down his arm. I could see the ref having another look in a sec. I really could see the ref having another look because there's blood everywhere. This is now a blood bath. That's what's happening here. His face is a mess. Significant strikes, 36-27 to Elkins in round 2, 46-39 for Landwehr. And we can't be far away from the ref having a look at this again because, man, Elkins is busted. Busted with a capital B. Left-hand jab coming in by Landwehr. Nice, fires in the right as well. Straight down the middle. Elkins still moving forward. I said I was going to be impressed if they could keep this pace up throughout 3 rounds. I am impressed. As Elkins tries to lunge for a single leg takedown. Couldn't get it. Gets clipped by Landwehr. Elkins standing his ground in the center. Landwehr, whenever Elkins comes forward, Landwehr times that jab perfectly. Keeps tagging him. 100 strikes to 81 now by Elkins. Right, left to the chest. 87-83 on significant. 87-83. Oh, if you're young, look away. You do not need to see this right now. It is an absolute blood bath. It is everywhere. But Elkins is still in there and he tries to fire a high kick in. Right, left, but couldn't connect. Nice. Couple of jabs coming in. I tell you what, it's going to be hard to score this one because I feel like Landwehr has been the one that's been taking the fight to Elkins. But if you look at the numbers, Elkins has had more strikes, more significant strikes, and a takedown. So looking at the numbers, you would say Elkins, but looking at the fight and certainly looking at the state of the fighters, you would say Landwehr. Difficult. Knew it was close. And it absolutely is. And you've got to give him credit for the heart. Certainly the heart of Elkins. Who's lost his face. Couple of jabs coming in. We got 1 minute 40 odd on the clock. Overhand left. Pace obviously slowing a little now. But you might find a little final flurry. We got 130. The two embracing the clinch in the center of the octagon. It's been an absolutely brilliant fight. Absolutely brilliant fight. Really enjoyed it. For me, this is one of those fights where you go, oh, do you remember that when you're talking about fights of the year? You wouldn't say this was fight of the year. I'm not getting carried away. But when you're having that conversation, this is one of those fights you go, do you remember that Elkins-Landwehr fight? That was really good. Do you remember that? Elkins, they just went 100 miles an hour at each other. There was blood all down Elkins' face. It was an absolute bloodbath. They just kept firing at each other. Doctor had to come in and check on Elkins. And, yeah, this is one of those fights that wouldn't win fight of the year. But it's one of those that you might go back to and mention. I've loved it. I've really enjoyed it. They're still going at each other. It's absolutely scenes. It's absolute scenes. Kick to the body as well by Elkins. 30-odd seconds left on the clock. Charging in. Left-hand jab by Elkins. Landwehr, a little bit of distance between them. Landwehr certainly seems to be a little concerned now. 16, 15 seconds. Uppercut by Landwehr. Uppercut. Elkins just eats it. Less than 10 seconds left on the clock as a couple of left-hand jabs come in by Landwehr. What a fight! What a fight! There's people jumping up on the outside. Wow! What a freaking fight. We go to decision. We go to decision. Coastal Maniacs Shout out to you, my friend. To everyone who makes videos or just watches, be careful. There are a lot of bots linked to an account that is a scam. They leave comments on videos saying that they want to be your friends. If you interact with them, most likely we'll see a fake account pop up. Be safe. There we go. Thank you, Coaster Maniacs. What a very, very kind generosity. Can you fill me in on what happened so far? We have just seen one hell of a fight. If you are just joining us, just somehow find a way to watch Elkins versus Landwehr, because it was brilliant. I know there's people that are joining us that are watching UFC for the first time. That is right up there. I wish I could tell you that we saw things like that every single week. But that for me is something a little special. That is fight of the night. They're definitely getting some sort of bonus for that fight. That was absolute scenes. Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant. I mean, I don't know who gets it. Let me know in the chat which way you think it goes. We said it was close. We said it was pick'em. The bookie odds definitely reflected that. I didn't expect that fight. Just run it again. They're both winners. Draw. Unanimous decision. Nate the Train wins, man. And I got to tell you, I feel gutted for Darren Elkins there. Darren Elkins went through hell and he doesn't even get the reward. Elkins, 135 total strikes against 111. 121 significant strikes to 111. 1 take down to 0. I got to tell you, I picked Landwehr, but I can't agree with that being unanimous. I tell you what, he is loving it, isn't he? He is loving it. Shout out to Darren Elkins. Shout out to Nate Landwehr. As we said, I'm not sure it's going to be fight of the year. I'm certainly not saying that, but I'm saying fight of the night. And I'm saying that deserves to at least be mentioned when you're talking about fight of the year. That was a real treat. That was a real treat. Yeah, man, I want... Look at that. His corner coming over. Big embrace. That's a big win for him. Had to really dig deep on that one. I want to see that fight again. Bisping says that he wants to see that fight again, and Landwehr goes straight over. Bit of a fist bump. Good to see social distancing rules being adhered to there, but Chikadze is up next. I got to tell you, this is going to be a completely different fight to what you've just seen. Let me give you, man, that fight is so good. I'm sorry, but that last fight is so good. I'm not quite ready to move on. Really enjoyed that. Right, we've got Chikadze taking on Rivera. So Chikadze is 9-2. I've not seen the bookie odds on this, so I really can't I can't tell you what the odds are, but I can certainly tell you who the favorite is. Chikadze is coming into this heavy favorite. I don't even need to see the odds to know that. He's coming in as heavy favorite. He's taken on Rivera. This is a setup fight. They are feeding Rivera to Chikadze. Simple as that. Rivera has no chance, right? Chikadze, heavy favorite. He struggles a little bit on the ground. So I'm not going to make out that he's like this amazing future world champion or stuff like this. But he is the better fighter here by a million miles. Rivera is fast. He's also a striker, but he's not as good. He's actually moving up a weight class to have this fight. Not only that, but he is 1-2 in Combate America. So he actually has lost more than he has won in Combate America. He's basically been brought in last minute. He's been brought in just to be an opponent for Chikadze, which is why I can categorically say that you're not going to see what you just saw. This is going to be a squash. This could be first round. This is going to be an easy night's work for Chikadze. And I've not even seen the odds, so I can't give you the odds. I don't know what they are, because this was thrown together lastminute.com. So Chikadze all day long, the safest bet that you can have all night. Watch me be wrong now. But you know what? Even if I am wrong on that, which I'm not, I don't care. That last fight was incredible, and that's what I'm taking away. How is your Southern American accent? Probably awful. Probably awful. Let's Dance. Shout out to you. Carl Stewart. Shout out to you. Jerry says, I got Chikadze easily. And that last fight, what a fight. I know, dude. I know. So good. Honestly, that last fight, I think it's in my top 10 of the year. I really loved it. I really loved it. I can't see anything beating that Joanna fight. I don't think anything beats that from a few months back. But yeah, you've got to have that Landwehr Elkins fight in the conversation. The Beast, Erwin Rivera, the Beast. I can't wait to see these odds. I'm excited to see the odds. I should imagine it's going to be like minus 300 or something. Rivera came into the fight yesterday. Gigi was meant to be fighting Mike Davis. Yes, Joseph, great knowledge. On a scale of 1 to 10, what would you rate this match? What, that last match? Man, I'm probably, that last match was like a 9. A 9 point something. I mean, I think the only thing that last match was missing was a couple of knockdowns. Do you know what I mean? Like, if both guys had been knocked down once or something and they had to, like, get back up, and so you had that drama. I kind of feel like that's the only thing it was missing, was that drama. But other than missing out on that, there's nothing else you could really ask for. I mean, for 3 rounds, they went at each other, and there was blood everywhere, and they were having to dig deep. There was showboating by Landwehr. Some lovely strikes in there as well. Really, really good. I think, as I said, probably a 9 out of 10. It would have been a 10 out of 10 if there'd been some knockdowns. But yeah, great. Loved it. Really good stuff. I rewrite the message. Spelling mistake. Days, that last fight had no social distancing. I know. I know. They both should be self-isolating whilst they're fighting. Yeah, really good stuff, man. Really, really good stuff. Right, so Chikadze is I've got no information on Rivera. I don't know much about this Rivera apart from his Combate Americas kind of record. And the fact that he is a striker. I know that that's his strength, but I know that Chikadze is better. So I'm kind of going into this one a little bit blind, if I'm being honest. But very intrigued. Very intrigued. Mainly to see how long it lasts. Not expecting much at all. I'm really not expecting much at all. James Chadwick says, I hope boxing returns soon. Well, for some reason, boxing has got a real reluctance to run their shows in front of no crowds. I mean, I know they make a lot of money, like from the crowds in boxing, but I suppose that's their main source of income. There's a lot of boxing fights that aren't on TV, or if they are, they don't make a great deal of money from TV. So I think boxing's pretty much waiting for crowds to return. But man, we are gonna surely drown in boxing events when it does come back, and we'll be all over that as well. You know, those big fights. I mean, we have been starved of UFC and boxing. And as we said, it's great to have the UFC back. We did last week's show. We're doing tonight's show. Of course, we're going to be doing UFC 50. Of course we are. So UFC 50, we will be covering that. June 6th, I think we said that was. That might be the next UFC event. So we might go into another couple of weeks without any UFC. But, we've just been through a couple of months. So that's all right. But yeah, I agree. I can't wait for boxing to return. There were some big fights as well coming up this year, which they're going to have to reschedule. Right, here we go. Look, Chikadze has got 7-inch reach advantage. 7. That is. Whew. 7-inch reach advantage. This is in the featherweight division, by the way. Bruce Buffer, if you're a fan of Bruce Buffer's Blazers, is a lovely purple. Really bright purple. Erwin Rivera has got a 9-4 record. He is plus 300 underdog. Thought he would be about that mark. Plus 300. I mean, literally, he is in there because no one else would be. Lastminute.com. Chikadze is minus 380 favorite. Yeah, this could be first round. Depends if Chikadze's gonna go for it. He might err on the side of caution. We'll soon find out. Keith Peterson is the ref for this one. Here we go. This is the 4th fight of the evening. Boom, we are underway. Sadly, not going to be as great as that last fight, but hey-ho. Days, I think the next UFC show is the day before NXT in your house. Amazing. What a weekend that's going to be. Amazing. Starting to really fill up these weekends, aren't we? I think next weekend is Double or Nothing. And then is it the weekend after that would be In Your House and UFC 50? I really hope that YouTube can fix its streaming problem. I need to start looking into that because it's a real issue. We are underway. And Rivera is really trying to get into Chikadze's face here. He's really lunging forward, flailing around, making a bit of a nuisance of himself. Chikadze going for a kick and Rivera jumping over the top. I suppose it's go big or go home time for Rivera, isn't it? So fair play. He's going for it. He's trying to ask a few questions of Chikadze. But as we said, Chikadze very much the favourite in this one, and wouldn't surprise me if he did just catch Rivera. Rivera charging in, not holding back, not being elusive or anything like that. He is here to bring the fight. I mean, this is big for Rivera. I will give him credit that he's turning up. You know what I mean? He's come in and he's showed up. So nothing but respect and credit to him. But I still stand by what I said before. Chikadze should very easily win this. Very easily win this. Chikadze standing his ground in the centre, not forcing the fight. Rivera is the one that's been a little more active in the first couple of minutes. So far, Rivera, 7 strikes to 6. Nice kick coming in by Chikadze. Chikadze moving out of the way, going in, charging in with a knee, but couldn't capitalise as Rivera moved out the way. He is taking his time, Chikadze here. He could swarm him. As I said, he's a very good striker. Very good striker, but he is taking his time. It doesn't look like the size of the fight and the event has got to Rivera in any way. He's very much just jumping around, lunging forward, making a real nuisance of himself. It reminds me of a fly. Nice kick to the body by Chikadze. Rivera coming in with a kick of his own. 9 strikes each so far. So quite cagey in these first 3 minutes. I mean, I've got to tell you, this is a real come down compared to that last fight. That last fight, I think it really shows how great it was when you compare it to this. Because Chikadze's just taking his time. He's not forcing the fight. He's not desperate to put Rivera away. He's just looking for the openings. He's just quite happy to go through the motions, just make sure he gets the win. Which I suppose is the smart thing to do, but it's not the exciting thing to do. Kick Rivera, backing away. Keeps switching his stances, Chikadze. Again, trying to find an opening. Nice! Left hand, straight down the middle by Chikadze. Kick as well. He's trying to really bring Rivera forward. Right-left combo. Those shots have really got to be starting to hurt Rivera now. There's been some big shots in there. Nothing too flashy, but he has got power. Chikadze 14-12 now. He is edging ahead in this, and a couple of kicks to the body. He has got a lot of kung fu stances. A lot of karate stances. Chikadze doing little showboating. He's very zen. 20-odd seconds left in this round, and compared to what we've just seen, it's been a little bit of a sleeper. Ten seconds to go, both in the centre. Chikadze switching stances again. Keeps teasing the knee, but I hate that alarm. I have no idea how to turn that sound off. Right, bit of a dull first round. I mean, I'd give it... I don't know who I'd give it to, actually. I don't think there was much in it. I feel like Chikadze came into it more towards the end. I think Rivera was... I don't want to say problematic. More energy. It was just buzzing around. Volume coming from Rivera at the start, but Chikadze very much not bothered. Saw out the round, very composed, stood his ground, quite slow, wants to fight his fight. Yeah, a real come down following what we just saw. Right, we are about to go back. We are sneaking our way towards that main card as well. Little advert for UFC 250. Nunes versus Spencer. We've still got that coming up. That'll be UFC 250. Big Amanda Nunes fan. I think she's absolutely brilliant. Rivera coming out again, quite hot. Similar story to the last round. Really drove Chikadze back, who just lost his footing for a second. Chikadze going for the kick. Rivera jumping over. Kicks 11 for Chikadze, 2 for Rivera. Again, this looks like it's very much the same template as what we had before. Quite slow and plodding and not the most exciting fight. I honestly expected Chikadze to cause Rivera some more problems here. He's not asking enough questions for me, which I do find a little disappointing. Rivera is the one that's really going for it now. We just saw a lovely uppercut attempt, but it didn't land. But he's really working hard and he's really trying. And this is a big stage and a big opportunity for him. So, you know, credit where it's due. Oh, nice kick to the head, connected. Standing his ground. I want Lesnar versus Fiend versus Roman versus McMahon versus Rollins versus Lashley versus Corbin versus Elias. Couple of quick strikes coming in by Chikadze. Man, so disappointed in this fight. Really expected more. Not from Rivera. I didn't expect this much from him. But from Chikadze, I mean, he's caused damage. There's blood all over Rivera's face. He's definitely got caught. Chikadze's ahead in the strikes. I mean, it's 27-19. But credit to Rivera and his heart. And, he's really trying to take the fight to Chikadze here. Chikadze standing his ground in the center, just doing what he's got to do. I mean, he's on course to get the win. But it just doesn't make for an entertaining fight. Chikadze back in up against the octagon with Rivera. Again, asking a few questions. Another knee to the face. It's been a couple of knees that have come in by Chikadze. And now he's starting to throw some kicks in and some left arms. This is a little better. There is a lot of snap. Bisping saying there's a lot of snap coming in from Chikadze. I do agree with that. Front leg kick. Again, switching up his stance on the outside, looking for another knee strike. Bouncing around. Oh, big left hand coming in by Rivera. Chikadze can't find a way through. Rivera charges forward and Chikadze gets a knee up, right, left combo, kick to the body by Chikadze. That was good. 35-23 on total and significant strikes for the fight so far. We're edging our way towards the end of the second. Again, right, left. Goes for a head kick. Chikadze. Nice. Kick to the side of the body. 30-odd seconds left. Kicks and knees. Chikadze 22, Rivera 4. Chikadze backing away. Look, he's saying to Rivera, come on, bring it. 15 seconds. I should imagine Rivera doesn't really know what to do. I mean, when he charges forward, he keeps getting tagged. When he's at distance, he's getting kicked. I mean, he's kind of caught between a rock and a hard place. That is annoying. Boom. Yeah, tough to know what he should do. As he said, he's kind of very much caught between a rock and a hard place. They are amazing athletes. They are all tough. Shout out to you, John. Chikadze looking good, though. He is looking good. He is going to win this, but I don't know. I felt like this was really an opportunity for him to make a statement, but it just seems like he doesn't want to be making statements. He just wants to win the fight, which I suppose you can understand. You put all that work in. You don't want to get caught by something stupid. And I suppose that's what his corner have said. Go out there, win the fight. And that's exactly what he's doing. He's definitely winning the fight. But this is not a high-level opponent. And I expected more. It's a difficult fight for him, I suppose, because he can't really win, can he? If he wins, but he wins this way, you're a bit disappointed. If he loses, then what? He's got to win, and he's got to win impressively so. Catches Rivera with another knee, which actually wobbled Rivera. Takedown now by Chikadze. This is better. Was he saving it all for the third? Nice flurry by Chikadze. This is better, mate. So here we go. Maybe rounds 1 and 2, we laid the foundations. Maybe in round 3, we're going to build the house. I've got no idea if that made sense. But here we go. Rivera standing his ground in the center. Chikadze already catching him with a knee strike. Nice 1-2 combos, ground and pound. But again, just settling down again. Chikadze looking for another opening. 45-30. Another knee. Another knee. That gets through. These knees are getting through from Chikadze. Kick to the body. Lunging forward from Rivera. Oh, that was a big left, and Rivera managed to duck underneath Chikadze, the much bigger guy. So Rivera doesn't have to duck too much. 3 minutes 30. 3 minutes 30 left, and we are into the third. Rivera, whatever happens, should be pleased with his performance. I mean, he has stood there. He has took a lot of punishment. And he's not backing down. He's still bringing the fight. So, fair play to him. He's done much better than I was expecting. But Chikadze, heavy favourite. Didn't expect him to lose. He's definitely up on judges' scorecards. 2 minutes 50. Chikadze standing his ground in the middle. Rivera on the back. Chikadze looking. He doesn't really need to do a great deal now, so he's not really taking the fight to Rivera. Rivera, I don't think knows what to do now. When he lunges in, he gets caught. When he stands at distance, he gets caught. He's just getting tagged. The whole fight is just getting tagged. 2 minutes 20. Nice right-left combo coming in by Chikadze. And he's on the back foot a little bit now, Chikadze. Doesn't want to be on the back foot too much. There's no need. Head kick coming in. And kick to the body as well. Just picking up some more significant strikes. We are sneaking our way here. Nice movement by Chikadze. Rivera still moving forward. You got to give him credit for being on that front foot. Kick to the body by Rivera. Both guys back into the center as we approach 1 minute 30 on the clock. Just looking at the where the strikes have been landing. You can see the kickboxing background of Chikadze really coming into force. The kicks have done a lot of damage. The knees have done a lot of damage. 1 minute 10. Standing his ground in the middle. Yeah, I mean, Rivera has done well. Rivera has done well. Yeah, here we go. He's got Rivera up against the cage. Rivera managing to escape, and both guys go back into the center. I was just about to jump into the comments there. But just as I did that, he grabbed Rivera, had him up against the cage. I thought he was going to start unloading, but he doesn't. Rivera manages to escape, and they reset and go back to the center. We've got less than 30 seconds to go. Right hand strike to the body. Nice right uppercut coming in by Chikadze. It's going to go judges, this. Ooh, lovely spinning kick. Rivera showing off a few things. Oh, Chikadze showing some stuff as well. End of the round. That is it. End of the fight. Well, there we go. We went 3 rounds there. Will anyone walk out concussed? I think I'm going to walk out concussed. Certainly after that last fight before this. Right, Chikadze should get the victory there. 56 total strikes to 37. Not the performance I was looking for, but he did turn it up a little bit in the third. Hernandez versus Holland. This is another pick'em. This is another close fight. We need to just get the decision on that last one, just in case there is any drama. I'm not expecting any drama. I'd imagine that Chikadze would get the victory, but we need to go back and just get the official decision. Jerry says that was a good round. Chikadze won. Daisy Bobler. Amir, shout out to you. Logan says, I love Becky Lynch. Carl says, I can't pick a winner. Here we go. I'd expect this to be unanimous. It is unanimous. And it is Chikadze. There we go. So, big win. Well, say big win. Win for Chikadze. Next up, we've got Anthony Hernandez taking on Kevin Holland. This is in the middleweight division. Hernandez 7-1, Holland 15-5. Hernandez is the smaller guy, but he is faster. He will be looking to take this down to the ground. I don't know a great deal about Hernandez, so I'm quite interested in seeing how he does here. Holland is 6'3". He can do some stupid stuff. He can be a bit like Rivera, shooting in. And looking for scrambles, looking for takedowns, just kind of really getting in people's faces. Sometimes he doesn't fight the perfect game plan. Sometimes he can just get a bit carried away. So he can shoot in a little bit. He will have a 5-inch reach advantage. He is going to be taller. He is going to be longer. And he is the veteran in this fight because Kevin Holland, 15 wins, 5 defeats. Hernandez, 7 wins, 1 defeat. There's not much between these two. This is another pick'em fight. This is a fight that's kind of difficult to call again. And last time we said that was the fight before this that was an absolute classic. So, yeah, kind of very much looking forward to this next one. Should be very, very interesting. We are definitely working our way through this card. We are, as we said, already sneaking up to the 5th fight of the evening. I think the main card, is the main card about 50 minutes away. We're not too far away from getting to the main card. So about 50 minutes. 5 first round finishes for Hernandez. Finished 13 of 16 wins, Kevin Holland. 7 by knockout, 6 by submission. Hernandez decision, says Kieran. Is Backlash this year? Yes, it's the next pay-per-view. Jerry says, I've got Holland in a great match, but not like that bloody war. When will the show end? I don't know, actually. I think it's around 4:30. I think it's like another 3 hours or so. Of course, we have already been streaming for just over 2 hours. 2 hours, 10 minutes already. Hernandez is good, says Carl. We just got some adverts first. They've just been talking about that Last Dance that I really do want to watch. That's obviously the... here we go. 50 minutes to go. 50 minutes and then UFC Fight Night will begin. So I think we've probably got 2 more fights to go. And then we'll be at the main card. So, yes, we are well underway. Yeah, that last dance looks really, really good. Looks really good. All about the Chicago Bulls from the late 90s. Shout out to Dusty Toy Wrestling. Hope you are well. Amir Johnson, shout out to you. Yes, I can see your chats. Will Bailey face Banks? Well, I would think so. But we don't know when. Anthony Fluffy Hernandez. Great nickname. Against Kevin the Trailblazer Holland. Megan saying that Kevin Holland was very happy to get a call regarding tonight's fight because things were getting a bit boring at home in Texas. We've said, I mean, like, we don't know how fighters' training camps have gone and things like that. I mean, such a weird time to be preparing for a fight during a worldwide pandemic. As we said, no crowd. And it has been mentioned as well. I mean, it's worth just mentioning the fighters apparently can hear the commentators throughout the fights. How interesting is that? Because there's no crowd noise, they can hear what the commentators are saying. I've seen people saying, I wonder if the judges can hear the commentators and if that actually sways things. Which is an interesting thought. Because, of course, you've normally got 16,000 people screaming and cheering and, Kevin Holland, most clinch strikes in a UFC middleweight fight, 149. Second highest striking accuracy in UFC middleweight history, 59.3%. He competed on Dana White's Contender Series, Season 2, Week 1. Days, The Last Dance is really good. You should watch it. Yeah, I said this, I think on yesterday's stream. I was really pleased to see that it was actually on Netflix. I didn't realise it was on Netflix. So I was really pleased when I saw that it was on there. Because that means that I can check it out. Because I don't have ESPN. In order to watch UFC, I watch it on BT Sport. But, yeah, I was really pleased to see that I could watch it on Netflix. Okay, right, so we've had Hernandez make his way down. Spencer Kite says, this is a very interesting middleweight matchup. Fluffy, part of the Legacy middleweight champ group. Right, wow, this has got interesting written all over it. Hernandez is the only fighter in UFC history to both win and lose by Anaconda choke. Finished 6 of 7 wins, 5 coming via submission. He was awarded a UFC contract on Dana White's Contender Series, Season 2, Week 2. Right, well, we are moving on, my friends. We are moving on. This is the co-main event of the prelims. The main event after this is going to see Matt Brown taking on Miguel Beza. So that's our main event of the prelims. And then, of course, we're on to the main card. We've got some good fights on that main card. We're going to be seeing people like Song Yadong, Eric Anders, Edson Barboza, Dan Ige. A lot of love for Angela Hill. Gadelha, great fighter as well. And then, of course, that main event, Walt Harris coming through that tragedy at the end of last year. Taking on one of the greats, Alistair Overeem. Big heavyweight main event tonight. Going to see number 8 taking on number 9 in the heavyweight rankings. So very excited for that. So Bruce Buffer with his lovely purple blazer is doing the honors for us right now. Let's jump into the chat. See Wrestling, shout out to you. I saw the Main Event movie on Netflix. It's one of my favorite wrestling movies. Very cool. Wow, we are about to get underway with the 5th fight of the evening. If you are just joining us, there's been a brilliant fight so far tonight. Honestly, in conversation for Fight of the Year, it wouldn't win Fight of the Year, but I would definitely be including it if I was to do a video. Like a little conversation about the best UFC fights. I'd be including that one from earlier. But we can't talk about that because we got to talk about this because we are underway with Holland coming in, and Holland comes in hot, man. Holland already with some quick kicks and strikes straight out the gate in the first 10-15 seconds. Hernandez standing his ground in the middle of the octagon with Holland on the outside. Nice wide stance by Holland. Kick to the body. Lunging forward with a left-hand jab as well. Hernandez weathering that little early storm. Oh, hook! Nice right hook! And he's got him in trouble! He's pounding away and it's over! Holland with the win! Holland with the win! He swarmed Hernandez! He swarmed him! We're only seconds into the fight and it's done! A disappointed Hernandez already, but Holland 12 strikes to 1. 12 significant strikes. I think Hernandez felt like it had been stopped early, but boom, with a big elbow that rocked Hernandez. Knee to the body, 2 knees, drove him back, and then big strikes. Hernandez covering up. You can't be covering up. You've got to fight back. You've got to be doing something. You can't just cover and hope. And that's exactly what Hernandez was doing. You can see these bombs to the side. Big left hands. Hammer fists. Statement made. Statement made by Holland. Wow. No waiting around, man. No waiting around. There we go. Holland making short work of that. We've still got 42 minutes till we get to the main card. But man, that was epic. That was great. Holland looked like he had the bit between the teeth when he came out at the start of the round. It seemed like Hernandez had weathered that storm, and then right elbow or forearm kind of really drove him back. Couple of knees to the midsection, dropped him down. Big left hands. Referee was looking, definitely gave Hernandez some time, but Hernandez didn't respond. You can't just cover up and just eat that kind of punishment because the ref's going to make the call for you. And that's exactly what went down. Whew! Tell you what a show. What a show. Yeah, Elkins versus Landwehr. That fight, absolutely brilliant. Blink and you'll miss it, says Dave in real life. Absolutely. Winner by TKO. So that's going to bring us. I mean, look, there's probably going to be about 10 minutes or so until we get to the next fight. Because that fight was done in 39 seconds. 39 seconds. Days, no one saw that coming with that KO. How many fights are left? I think there's about 6 left because we've got 1 left on the prelims, and then we will be going over to the main card, and there tends to be 5 on the main card. So I think there's about 6 fights left. So we're around about the halfway point right now. So 2 hours 20 we've been streaming. And I think another 2 hours 40 and we should be done. Something like that. 3 hours should be done. About 3 hours. So, yeah, we're around about the halfway point. But as we said, we're just getting... the stakes are rising. Always start off with fighters making their, UFC debut. Or fighters that have been on a bit of a losing streak and need to kind of get back on track. And as you start to go up in the card, you start to get to some of the real contenders for titles and things like that. There's no title fights tonight. But these are obviously fights that were scheduled before, and they couldn't take place because of everything that was going on. So, still a good-looking card, this. And you know what? Honestly, it doesn't even matter from this point what happens from here. We've already seen a very, very good card. We've seen some great stoppages already. And not only have we seen some great stoppages, but that fight, I know I keep talking about it, but it is that good. I really enjoyed it that much. Who will Asuka lose the Raw Women's Championship to? No idea. We've got probably a superstar shakeup or a draft that will take place. Plus, also now you've got this brand-to-brand invitational, people moving around. It's impossible to say who they're going to lose titles to because everyone's available now. Just a little profile on Overeem, who's been fighting for a very, very long time. Had his first fight at 19. And still going strong more than 20 years later. He has changed over time. You've got to change over time. Overeem fought Chuck Liddell in 03. For Pride titles. Was a Strikeforce champion. And there's Brock. Overeem and Brock. That's great, man. I suppose that is worth mentioning that he beat Brock. I mean, I don't know if people knew that. Since Holyfield and Mike Tyson are coming back, would you like to see them fight? Yes. There it was, the lip from last time against Rosenstrike. Yeah, I would. Although Holyfield says that he'll only take the fight if there's a no knockout clause, which is so... I mean, I understand you've got to be safe and all this kind of stuff, but just don't do it. If no one's going to want to tune in to see a no knockout thing. So, do you know what I mean? Like, just that I wouldn't even bother doing it if that's going to be the case. This finishes at 5:30. That's the scheduled finish, but obviously we don't know how long fight's going to last for. But as we said, I can't see it going 4 hours. Hall of Fame bound. He is Hall of Fame bound. Made his debut in 1999. 64 career fights. Finished 40 out of 45 wins. 23 by knockout. 17 submissions. Who would you like to see Tyson Fury face? Anthony Joshua. I think that's the fight everyone wants. I mean, that would be the biggest fight in British boxing history. I think it's the biggest boxing fight you can make in the world right now as well. But we'll probably get Fury against Deontay for a third time first. Was it going to be Joshua against Pulev? 5-round main event. Overeem against Harris. Overeem is very much not that fighter that you've just seen anymore. He's very much on the decline, but still a legend. And as that graphic said, Hall of Fame bound. No doubt about that whatsoever. Where do you think Ryder and Hawkins will go? Not sure. I would have thought AEW because of their relationship, but AEW, I think, have got so many options for guys now. They're a little bit spoilt for choice. I mean, they could get Rusev, they could get Sting, they could go and get Rowan and put Rowan with Harper or Brody Lee. Do they need Zack Ryder? I mean, they've got a new figure line coming, but pretty sure those guys are going to cover that news anyway. Don't know. I'm not sure if they need him. It's hard to see where they can go, actually. I think if he goes to AEW, and this might sound harsh, I think he'll go because he's Cody's friend. Fury was teasing a fight with Drew McIntyre on Twitter. McIntyre wanted that. He said Battle of Britain at Wembley, but unless it's going to be boxing, I don't want it. It'll be good. It would raise the profile. I get all of that, but it would not be a good fight. Days Drew Gulak has been added to the WWE alumni section. Ooh, interesting. Ooh. Wonder why? Wonder if that's a mistake or if he has left. Miguel Baeza is 8-0. He's finished 6 of his 8 wins, all coming via knockout. Miguel Baeza is in the main event, taking on Matt Brown. Now, this is hard to call. Baeza is -155. Matt Brown is +135. I've gone Matt Brown. This is my underdog pick of the night. If I'm going to go with an underdog, I'm going with Matt Brown. Brown has got a lot of experience. I think he's had about 25 UFC fights. He can make fights quite dirty, like take them into the deep waters. He's a little bit slow-footed, but he does put on pressure. He's on a 2-fight win streak, and he's got good ground and pound striking. So he's bringing quite a bit, Matt Brown. He's not going to be a pushover. Now, Baeza is -155 favourite, undefeated, 8-0. He is the favourite. And he could get the win. But I always like to see if I can find... I always think, like, can I find is there an underdog? There's always going to be an underdog that wins. And I always see if I can find it on the card. Where's the underdog that's going to get the victory? Something about Matt Brown that I really like. Baeza is a little bit green. Doesn't have the experience, but he is quicker. He's only had 1 fight in the UFC. So far, there hasn't been a great deal to indicate that he carries a lot of power. Good kicking game, though. He's very, very good with his feet. Can be a little bit wild. The thing is, what I'm thinking is, if Brown puts the pressure on, Baeza could be a little bit wild, could lose his focus, could get caught. If he gets taken down, Matt Brown, with his ground and pound, I've gone with Matt Brown. But I do think that if Baeza wins, he is the favourite. But I'm going on a limb on this one. So this is our main event of the prelims. After this, we've got 5 fights on the main card. Who won the previous fight? Kevin Holland won the previous fight. 39 seconds it took him. He absolutely swarmed Hernandez. Days, will there be a live stream tomorrow? Yes, we're actually going to be watching In Your House, the first one. Really looking forward to that. That was a big show when I was young. And they even did a video game of it. Obviously, they did quite a few In Your House pay-per-views. Had a very iconic set. Some very interesting matches on that card as well. So, yeah, it's going to be nice. I've not seen that show since I watched it back in the day. So I'm very much looking forward to doing that. Not a stream that we was expecting to do, but obviously with that announcement for NXT Takeover in your house, it just made sense. So rather than hoping that it gets picked on a Thursday, we've got a little window tomorrow. I mean, we will do a quick stream over on the Wrestling Escape Pod. We always do that. Probably be an hour or so. Might do it before. But at 11 o'clock UK time, 6 o'clock Eastern, we will be doing an In Your House watch along. I haven't even looked how long that's on for, actually. Most knockouts in UFC history, Matt Brown with 11. The same as Anderson Silva. It's hard to go against Matt Brown. It's hard to go against Matt Brown. I know Baez is a big prospect. Days, I've got Brown with a match that lasts longer than the last one. I'm looking forward to this. Baez is, as you said, someone that needs to prove himself. Matt Brown is, I mean, like, great record, 22-16. You know, he's had plenty of fights, plenty of wins. Okay, he's had 16 losses. He can be beaten. No denying that. And as we said, he is coming in as an underdog here, but I like his chances. Is this a little bit too much too soon for Baez? For Caramel Thunder? What a name! I swear I had that for dessert the other day, Caramel Thunder. Fighting out of Fort Lauderdale in Florida, Caramel Thunder 92. Miguel Baez. Days, who do you want to win? Well, I'm predicting Matt Brown. Baez has a bright future in front of him, says Dan. I don't know who Dan is. Bisping saying that Baez is very impressive. I think he's got a few skill gaps, if I'm being honest. I think he's beatable. At the moment, he's 8-0. Days Drew Gulak was just released. Ooh. Miguel Baez, undefeated, 1 of 9 fighters with a finish by leg kick in UFC history. Awarded UFC contract on Dana White's Contender Series, Season 3, Week 2. I'm leaning towards Matt Brown here. But this is going to be a tough fight for both guys, I think. Sean Ross is looking into the whole Gulak thing, hoping it's a mistake. Are people just getting excited because he's gone into the alumni section? I don't know if I really pay that a great deal of attention, if I'm being honest. It's noteworthy, don't get me wrong. It's noteworthy. I understand it. But I'm guessing there's been no announcements from anyone. Well, definitely one to keep an eye on. As Matt Brown makes his way down, talking of people to be kept an eye on. Matt Brown is here. This is our main event of the prelims, my friends. It's been excellent so far. Really enjoyed tonight. I tell you, it's been really nice because, as I said last week, a little bit distracting. You know, UFC was back. There was lots of question marks about what was going on with YouTube, not sending out the streams and the notifications. We didn't have any statistics on the UFC site. Kind of felt like, you know, a lot of that card last week didn't deliver for me. I really felt like UFC 249, there was a lot of fights that just weren't landing, just couldn't get into them for some reason. And then I did watch Wednesday of the fights that I was able to see. Again, that Tajira fight, excellent in the week and whatever. But it's just really nice to be back and streaming it and sitting down and talking with you guys about it. And we've just gone through some really great fights. And we've got one here, Matt Brown, 39, taking on Baeza, who's 27. Not much in height, not much in reach, not much between these two, apart from bags of experience for Matt Brown. This is our main event of the prelims. It's the 6th fight of the evening as well. We got 5 more fights to come after this. Both fighters are inside the octagon with Bruce Buffer and his lovely purple blazer doing the honors. Miguel Baeza is minus 155. Favorite. Matt Brown plus 135. Days Pro Wrestling Sheet has now confirmed that Gulak has been released. Oh, there we go. Things just got real. Tommy Toy Travels is going to be absolutely gutted. I just don't think, I don't know. I don't think Gulak was going to be that big of a deal. He was a proper grappler, a proper wrestler. He had a long match against Daniel Bryan on Monday. No, yesterday on SmackDown. And it was, you know, I found it enjoyable, but it's not the kind of thing that I think WWE is that interested in. Is those kind of long mat-based grapples. It's very much an NXT thing. I think Gulak's kind of very similar to Timothy Thatcher. I think Timothy Thatcher, when he goes to Raw or SmackDown, is going to really struggle. But he's a great wrestler. Great wrestler. I'd love to see Gulak go to like NWA. I think that'd be really cool. Right, well, we're underway anyway. We're about 30 seconds into this fight, and we've got Baeza on the outside. Matt Brown standing his ground in the center. Not a great deal going on at the moment. Baeza, 5 strikes. Matt Brown, 1. It's going to be hard for Brown, don't get me wrong. It's going to be very, very difficult. But he's got a lot of experience, and he's been in there with lots of various fighters. He will have encountered people like Baeza before. Both guys in the center. Right-left combo. Straight down the middle by Brown. Baeza coming back with rights and lefts of his own. Front leg kick coming in by Baeza. Nice quick strikes coming in by Brown. Driving Baeza back. Matt Brown does have the power, so Bisping saying that Baeza has the speed, the reflexes, the youth, but Matt Brown has got power. Oh, he's tagging Baeza! He's tagging him! He had him up against the octagon. Rights and lefts coming in by Matt Brown. Come on, Brown! Forearm strikes coming in by Brown. Another big forearm strike. You can see that Baeza is rocked by the veteran. He's throwing in some right hands, but Brown is just out of range. Did wonder if this was a step too far too soon. Still got a long way to go. Baeza is still well in this fight. But Brown having some lovely moments. 20 significant strikes to 15. Timeout. Mouthpiece has come out for Baeza. And we are back underway now. Yeah, Bisping saying that Baeza was out on his feet for a moment, but he seems to have got himself composed and back into this Brown, though, maybe has got a blueprint to success there. If he can find a way through again. Duck underneath Baeza, just tagging Brown. Front leg kick coming in by Baeza, and another one coming in as well. Rights and lefts by Brown. He's got so much power. Oh, but Baeza is tagging Brown. Brown goes down, but manages to hold on to Baeza. God, this is back and forth, swinging around like a pendulum. Baeza is on top of Brown. Brown is okay down here. He's trying to cover up. Couple of strikes coming in, and Brown doing a decent job of protecting his head. He's definitely in a situation he doesn't want to be in right now. There's a lot of strikes coming in from Baeza, who's on top, and Brown has got a minute to try and get through this. Brown was winning this fight until this phase here, and Baeza is really causing Brown some problems now. There's not much between these two. There really is not much between these two. And you can see that as both get back up to their feet, back into the center. That's a problem for Brown. Brown has got power to cause Baeza problems, but Baeza has got speed and skills. No denying it. Forearm strike coming in by Brown. Spinning back kick to the body by Brown. 38 strikes to 29 now for Baeza. Baeza just taking the lead after that phase. Interesting. Really interesting stuff. Goes for a strike to the body, but it's nicely blocked by Baeza. You've probably got to give this to Baeza now after that. Brown having the better of the start of that round, but just coming up short towards the end. Really interesting first round, though. Really interesting first round. End of the round. It is end of the round, yes. So, Baeza down in the corner. Matt Brown is in the in his corner. Both guys looking a little worse for wear. You got to say Matt Brown probably looks worse than Baeza. I tell you, I thought Matt Brown was on the... When he's charging forward, those strikes, such power in his hands, really causing Baeza problems. You actually see the shot there that knocked out the mouthpiece. But Baeza with a beautiful shot to the side of the head. Okamoto says there was 15 momentum changes within 90 seconds in that round. It's really good. Really good fight. We're being treated to another great fight. Oh, what a card. What a card. Okay, both guys in the center. Front leg kick coming. Oh, Brown goes down. Brown goes down. He got caught and it's over. Damn it. Baeza still undefeated. Wow. Got caught, man. Fair play. The favorite wins. Second round win. So front leg kick coming in by Baeza. Beautiful left hand takes down Brown. And I got to tell you, the ref jumped in straight away. There was no hammer fists or big shots or anything like this. They're just showing the reactions from the commentators. Bisping was like, they've shown your reaction. I'm glad it's not mine. And then they show Bisping's. Well, there we go. Well done to Baeza, picking up the victory. Matt Brown coming up short. Matt Brown had the better of the start of the fight. Baeza finishing off that first round the better. And Baeza just, coming out Too much for Matt Brown. So we move on. Oh, we're on to the main card now. We're on to Song Yadong. Song Yadong, 15-4. You see, this is why I don't bet on fights. I never actually bet on UFC fights because anything can happen. It's a gamble. I saw a guy. I can't remember his name. I'd be quite happy to tell you. There's a YouTuber, not a big YouTuber. He got a few thousand subscribers. I'd never seen him before, but he was talking about the fights the other day, and he was trying to get people to sign up to some betting service. And he was like, guys, I want you to think of this as investing. We don't really take gambles. Like, we go back, we calculate who's going to win. We look at all the previous fights. And he was really talking as if, like, follow what I'm about to tell you. You're going to be investing your money. What a con. What a con. Anything can happen in UFC. Anything can happen in UFC. One shot and it's over. Which is, honestly, if you get interested in betting on UFC, yeah, if anyone tells you it's an investment, they're lying. It's a gamble. It's a gamble. Because if I was going to have a gamble, I honestly, I would have put some money on that. I always like to have a look, see, right, where's the underdog? I quite fancied Matt Brown on that one. So I would have lost money there. I'll quite happily admit that. But I didn't, so quite happy. Baeza is 9-0 now, finished 7 of 9 wins, all coming via knockout. Did Matt Brown lose? Yes, Matt Brown did lose. He lost, did. And we are... it's going to be a little while now, guys. A little while until we get to the first fight on the main card. That is going to be Song Yadong taking on Marlon Vera. Song Yadong minus 195. Vera is plus 160. This is in the featherweight division. I've got my predictions, actually. Now we're going to the main card. You can see my predictions going along the top of the screen. So I do have Song Yadong winning this. I think he is the faster fighter. This is in the featherweight division, which is a little bit unusual for both of these fighters. But Song Yadong has actually fought in the featherweight division 8 times in the past. So he's very used to it. And he carries power in this division. He's got good movement. He stays just outside of kicking range. As I said, he's going to carry quite a bit of power. But the reason why I say that he stays just outside of kicking range is because Vera is a kicker, is known for his kicks. He starts off a lot of his attacks with kicks. But that's going to be quite difficult to do against Song Yadong. So, yeah, I'm looking at Song Yadong for this one. Vera, what time is that? That's the next fight. That will be about 20 minutes time. I mean, that finished a little earlier than people were expecting. So, we've still got about 12 minutes left of the prelims. And then we will be going over to the main card. As we said, on the main card, there's 5 fights. And we will be starting off with Song Yadong against Marlon Vera. We're just seeing Alistair Overeem talking right now. People saying about Gulak. I know. I've heard. What am I eating? I'm not eating anything. I haven't got anything. I'm not really a snack person, to be honest. I have had a few snacks in the past. I am a fan of like beef jerky and things like that, but no, I haven't really got. I'm not really a snack person. I haven't really got any snacks. There's no beef jerky in the house, unfortunately. They're just showing us his stepdaughter. Of course, we are talking about Harris, who's in the main event tonight. Walt Harris losing his daughter at the end of 2019. Very sad. She was only 19. And I can't. I've got to be honest. I can't believe he's fighting so soon. But he says that training and everything saved his life, helped him get through that. But heartbreaking, absolutely heartbreaking. I think a lot of people are going to be hoping that he can do the job tonight. But he is going up against one of the greats, undoubtedly a future Hall of Famer in Alistair Overeem. Overeem is a serious fighter. I've got to tell you, I'm amazed that they're showing so much information about the disappearance of his stepdaughter. There's a whole piece now all about what happened, about the car. There's footage that we're looking at, seeing her in a gas station. The news reports of her going missing. As I said, I'm really surprised that this is as I don't know. I knew it'd be mentioned, but I wasn't expecting this. I mean, we're actually even seeing like the person and arrest in search for missing student. They're showing the guy in the courtroom. Walt Harris says that he wanted to kill. He said he wanted to jump over and get at that guy, which, I mean, you can totally understand. I don't know. I don't think this is distasteful because clearly, I mean, he's authorized all of this, and I'm not saying it's distasteful. I don't know. I don't know if it's not too soon, this fight. I mean, this was all November. He's getting upset talking about it, and of course he's going to. And he is in there against Alistair. He's not in there against just anyone. He's in there against Alistair Overeem. I don't know, man. Jerry Smith says, Days Harris lives 30 minutes from me. It's rough, man. This is rough. Absolutely breaking down. She tried to fight back, is what they're saying. When she was in this car, she tried to fight back, tried to reach for this gun, but she ended up getting shot. He said he was drinking a lot, self-med. I mean, like, the way he talks, it seems like this happened 2 years ago or something. Like, yeah, I was drinking a lot. I was, self-medicated. This was 6 months ago. In January, Harris went back to a place that demanded whatever strength he had. I should imagine that training, as I said, has been a real distraction, has been a real help in dealing with the grief, Heavy stuff, man. So they're saying that he wanted to be a basketball player and his basketball dreams were crushed. And he says that saved his life. UFC really helped him fighting and gave him a purpose. And now after this tragedy, it's given him another purpose again. So there's a lot of goodwill towards Walt Harris. He's ranked 9th in the heavyweight division. He's taken on the man ranked 8th in Alistair Overeem. And that is a big, big main event that we've got coming up in a few hours' time. So, yeah, very difficult. But I'm looking forward to the fight. I am genuinely looking forward to the fight. I just think even forgetting all of that, putting that to one side, I do think it's going to be a very interesting contest. So, as we said, we move on. We've got about 5 minutes to go until we get to the main event, until we get to the actual main card. Bisping saying, like, ugh. Hats off to Harris for going through everything and not just doing that, but coming back to face Alistair Overeem. Walt Harris, the big ticket. I feel bad for Overeem to have to fight Harris. That's a really good point. Imagine being Overeem, knowing all of this, standing and staring over and seeing this guy that undoubtedly Overeem admires. Absolutely, undoubtedly Overeem admires him. So standing there, looking at him and thinking, I've got to beat this guy up now. So Overeem has said, listen, I'm not going to take it easy on him. So that's quite interesting. Bisping. Do you know what? I haven't actually seen a lot of interviews in the build for this because this card obviously coming off the back of the one on Wednesday and coming off the back of that massive UFC 249. I always like to do my research so I can try and bring some facts and figures. I kind of feel like that's important and it's part of the sport that I enjoy. But I haven't had a chance to sit down and kind of watch Overeem interviews and things like that. So it's quite interesting seeing Bisping saying there that he actually interviewed Harris, and Harris interviewed Overeem, and Overeem said, I'm not going to take it easy on him. I'm not going to take... And he shouldn't. I mean, of course he shouldn't. They're just now talking about Gadelha against Angela Hill. This is our co-main event in the strawweight, women's strawweight. Gadelha ranked 6th. Angela Hill, I think, just outside of the top 15. Featherweight, we've got Dan Ige taking on Edson Barboza in the featherweight division. Barboza is favourite. Ige ranked 15th. Could Barboza be getting a number next to his name in the morning? That would be a big win for him if he does beat Dan Ige. So we've got some interesting fights, but I think just the emotion and everything that's gone into that main event, I think that all eyes are on that. Absolutely all eyes are on that. There's Claudia Gadelha, 17-4, 8 first round finishes. Here's Angela Hill, 12 wins, 7 defeats, 5 wins by knockout. She is looking quite good, Angela Hill, actually. There's Dan Ige, 13-2, 7th highest striking accuracy in UFC featherweight history, 50.3% for Dan Ige. But the next fight we've got coming up is going to be Song Yadong. There's Edson Barboza. So we are coming towards the end of the prelims now, and the early prelims that we had on Fight Pass. So it is time for the main card. It's probably going to take about another 10 minutes or so until we get going with the first fight. But yes, UFC Fight Night. Coming up next, main event, Alistair Overeem takes on Walt Harris. Lots of emotions. Lots of emotions. John Cena Gamer, I know. Right. Can't wait to see how all of this plays out. Right. Need to go over to the main card, get our statistics all ready and lined up. Marlon Vera is from Ecuador. Song Yudong from China. And Vera's got a 3.5-inch reach advantage, 2.5-inch leg reach advantage. He's won 57% of his fights via submission. Song Yudong 40% via knockout or technical knockout. Song Yudong coming in as the favourite for this next fight. But definitely don't count out Marlon Vera. So, yeah, looking forward to that. Happy birthday to Finley, who says it's my birthday today. Gulak's contract expired. Well, there we go. Breaking news. We never got Gulak versus Thatcher. No. Days, I am going Harris for his daughter, and his daughter was killed just 30 minutes from me. Wow. WWE Inside Access Wrestling. Hi, Days. I was in a charity wrestling match at Big Sandy Recycling Center. We raised over $1 million. Yes. Big love to everyone at Big Sandy Recycling Center. Love Big Sandy. Matty Cliff says, hi, Days. I think Arya Davari is the hacker in WWE. Makes sense. Makes sense. JN Squad, no, we're not showing them. We just talk and react. Wrestling Days fan, shout out to you. Equatorian New York TV. In my country, Ecuador, they need food. I've seen there's been a few problems down in Ecuador. I'll be honest, I don't know a great deal about it, but I have seen the topic spoken about on like Last Week Tonight with John Oliver. Right, Jacksonville, that's where we are. Jacksonville, Florida. It's where we were last week. It's where we were midweek. It's where we are tonight. So the main card starting. Overeem versus Harris. Finley, Toyne, shout out to you, my friend. So we're just waiting for this first fight to begin. As you said, it'll probably take about 10 minutes or so. They're just going to be running through the cards. Watch live on All Sports. Sasuke 100k, shout out to you. Shout out to everyone that's joining us tonight. If you didn't see the prelims, they've been absolutely brilliant. Legitimately, we had, for me, one of the best fights that I've seen so far this year. If you didn't see it, Darren Elkins versus Nate Landwehr was absolutely brilliant. It was 3 rounds of non-stop action. Both guys going hard at each other. Elkins, blood all down his face. It was an absolute bloodbath. Blood all over the mat. It was absolutely brutal. It was back and forth. It was so good. Fight of the night by a million miles so far. And honestly, I'm not sure anything's going to beat it tonight. I really don't think anything's going to beat it. But absolutely brilliant. At least we got to enjoy that fight. So, real big contest on the prelims. We've had 6 fights on the prelims. We've got 5 fights to go. Harris's wife, Angela, encouraged him to return to fight him. So, again, you know, just talking about the passing away of his daughter. Finley, shout out to you, dude. This is the fight Walt was preparing for at the end of 2019. This is the fight he's been looking forward to for a very long time. Yeah, this is true, yeah. Alistair Overeem sympathizes with Harris's situation, but wants to give him his best effort tonight. So, Alistair Overeem. So, Alistair Overeem says the best way that we can honor Walt Harris is by bringing the fight. Such a sad story for Walt Harris. I'm really hoping he can get it done tonight, says Sterling. Jimmy Manua saying, wow, that was emotional. Respect to Walt Harris. Ryan Doyle, no matter what the result, Walt Harris is a stronger and bigger man than I will ever be. God bless you, sir. Lot of emotion tonight, man. This is a big fight. Bisping saying Harris does not want to be a victim. He does not want to lie down. Dave Mounts said that video was so tough to watch, he couldn't watch it, says James Chadwick. Yeah, I don't know what to say. I'm amazed by Walt Harris. I'm genuinely amazed by him. I think I can understand it, because what's the alternative? That you get lost in grief? But he can't have processed all of his emotions by now. It's 6 months. And for the past 5 months, he's been training. So, I don't know. I really feel for him. I hope he does well tonight. Whatever happens, I agree with what we just read there. Is, you know, a strong guy, physically and mentally, just to step in there and get this done. You know. Is this whole event on free TV? Is this whole event on free TV? Well, no. I mean, it's on BT Sport here in the UK. So if you're subscribed to BT Sport, then you can just watch it. There's no like added pay-per-view price or anything. I think in America it's on ESPN Plus. I don't really get how that works, to be honest. I think you have to probably just subscribe to that. Just looking at the face-to-face between Harris and Overeem. We are sneaking our way towards the start of this. As we said, it's main card coming up. Very excited. If it's going to be as good as what the prelims were. The prelims were great. Days, get your teats out for the lads. This is the wrong stream, Arnie. That's the Tuesday night teasing stream when I get the teats out. Marlon Vera, last 5 fights. 1 TKO, 1 submission, 1 TKO, 1 submission, 1 knockout. He had 3 fights in 2019, 2 fights in 2018. Can he get a victory over a very good fighter in Song Yadong? As we said, Yudong, 8 fights at featherweight, carries a lot of power, stays outside of kicking range. He should have more power than Vera. They are both rising stars. You need to join the Total Divas for the boob experience. Yes, you don't see my teats. You see Linda's. Song Yadong is winning via stoppage. I've got Yadong winning this. Right, here we go then, friends. Song Yadong. I've got, here's my prediction to get the victory here. This is the 7th fight of the evening. Song Yadong versus Vera. We are just gone to commercial break. As we said, we should be back very, very soon. So Vera, 57% submission is how he's got some of his wins. 29% by knockout or technical knockout. 14% by decision. Whereas Song Yadong, 40% by knockout or technical knockout. Only 20 by submission. 40% by decision. So Song Yadong is either going to knock you out or take you to decision. Whereas Vera could submit you. As we said, Song Yadong is coming into this as minus 195. Marlon Vera is plus 160. Song Yadong is coming in as the favorite on this. This is in the featherweight division. Vera is power. He's got a bit of power, but not as powerful as Song Yadong. Can move backwards, likes to start his attacks off with kicks, and that's going to be difficult against Song Yadong. And Vera is on a 5-win streak right now, so yeah, he's coming in with lots of momentum, and he's coming in with lots of confidence, but this is going to be a test for him. This is going to be a challenge, so very interesting. See how this plays out. But as I said, I'm back in Song Yadong for this one. Get your predictions in as to which way you think this is going to go. We should be going over to the fight very, very soon. I'm not sure if we're going to see the ring walks, actually. They might be doing the ring walks as we speak. So when we go back, we might be going straight back to the action. They haven't been showing the ring walks so much. Wrestling Days fans, shout out to you, my friend. What time is the main event? Main event will be in a couple of hours. We've got 4 fights, and then we'll be at the main event. So there's 5 fights on this main card. Okay, so as we said, we are just at commercial break. The main event tonight, for those of you that are just joining us, Alistair Overeem taking on Walt Harris. Walt Harris, of course, suffering that tragedy at the end of 2019. We've just been looking back at some extraordinary footage of his stepdaughter, the final moments of her life, really. Just seeing some footage of her inside a gas station and the trial, and yeah, incredible stuff. Honestly, an incredible video package. So it's going to be very interesting to see him in action against Overeem in the main event tonight. A fight that's been scheduled for quite a while and obviously cancelled a few times for various different reasons. But we are getting it tonight. We're also going to be seeing Angela Hill in action tonight as well. We got Dan Ige against Edson Barboza. Eric Anders in action. So we've got some decent names. It's not a bad card. It's not a bad card at all. We've already had some great fights tonight. So very much looking forward to this. Very much looking forward to it. Yes, I'm aware about Drew. Finley, shout out to you, my friend. Okay, we should be going back now to the action. That's the end of the commercial break. I'm guessing they'll already be inside the octagon for when we do go back. Let's get the countdown clock up and ready to rumble. As I said, we're going to be working our way towards that main event. The fighters are inside the octagon, so we're not going to have to wait too long here. Bruce Buffer with a lovely purple blazer. Song Yadong, 22. Vera is 27. So both of these fighters have got, well, 10, 15 years ahead of them. Certainly 15 for Song Yadong. Right, here we go. Bruce Buffer doing the honours. It is time. Get your final thoughts in. Get your final predictions in. This is the first fight on the main card. Song Yadong takes on Marlon Vera in the featherweight division. Fighting. Hello, Alison Griffith. Shout out to you. Arnie says, in anticipation for Teats on Tuesday. Love you, man. Shout out to you, Arnie. Calmveer is here as well. Did you hear about Drew? I did. I've seen that story developing throughout the night. At first, weren't sure what was happening. Didn't know if it was a mistake that he'd been moved into the alumni section, but then it was confirmed that he was gone. And now the latest is apparently he didn't want to renew his contract, so it seems like he chose to go. I think they would have... They wanted to re-sign him, but it seems like Drew Gulak was happy to leave. So, his choice. Okay. Been about half an hour since the last fight, so it is definitely time to get going here. Song Yadong looking great. Okay, here we go. We are underway then, my friends. We are underway. Song Yadong in black, Vera in yellow. As you said, Vera on a 5-fight win streak. Song Yadong, probably a bit more experience when it comes to the featherweight division. Standing his ground in the center with Vera on the outside. Song Yadong very composed. Nice jabs coming in by Song Yadong. Song Yadong is quite a healthy favourite here at minus 190. We're pretty close to being minus 200. Front leg kick coming in by Song Yadong. Not a great deal of action so far in the first 40-odd seconds. No one racing out. Song Yadong with a right-left combo. A nice head kick coming in by Vera. Song Yadong with a couple of left-hand jabs. Still trying to find that range. Work the distance. We said Song Yadong's going to be just out of distance for Vera. We've seen that a couple of times already. A couple of kicks not landing for Vera. Vera taking his time, switching his stances, trying to find a way through. They both kick at the same time. 1 minute 30 gone in the first round. Front leg kick coming in by Vera. Song Yadong fires a shot back. So far, it's only 4 strikes, significant strikes to 3 at the moment. So, as we said, quite slow in the opening stages of this. Vera standing his ground in the middle with Song Yadong firing in a left-hand jab. Vera not troubled by that. Comes in with a kick to the body. Again, a little bit of space between them. Kick to the body again by Vera, but nicely blocked by Song Yadong. Again, both guys just trying to find that way through. Nice fake there by Song Yadong, and Vera really did cover up. Could Song Yadong try and do that again and then work the body? Because the body was exposed there by Vera. If Song Yadong goes for that again, he might be able to target the body. Fire a body kick in. Might have a look at that again, but he goes for a front leg kick. Very explosive, Song Yadong. Very explosive. Halfway through this round now. Less than 2 minutes 30. Song Yadong backed up against the octagon a little bit as Vera comes in, but Song Yadong grabs the leg, spins him round, putting pressure on, leaning on him. He's got him pinned up against the side of the octagon. Both guys into the center. Knee strike. Song Yadong breaks away. Nice couple of quick jabs coming in. Couple of left-hand jabs straight down the center from Song Yadong. Oblique kick coming in by Vera. But not doing a great deal of damage. Front leg kick coming in. I can tell you that it's 10 significant strikes to 7 for Song Yadong at the moment. But really not much to separate them in this early round. And Song Yadong, again, just trying to keep that distance. He's very aware of the kicking power of Vera. Very, very aware. That is his big strength. Song Yadong coming in with some rights, lefts. They're in the clinch right now. They break apart. Nice left hook coming in from Song Yadong. Again, a flurry coming in from Vera, who follows it up with another kick. Grabs the head, knee to the body. They're in the clinch again. Song Yadong has got Vera up against the cage. Forearm across the throat. Strikes to the body by both guys at the moment as we're entering the final minute of this first round. And Song Yadong putting his weight onto Vera. Vera desperately trying now to try and find a way of spinning this round or getting Song Yadong down to the ground. Song Yadong's got a good stance at the moment. Seems to be quite comfortable. And he does spin him though. Vera, very good. Finds a way to spin Song Yadong around. And now it's Song Yadong that's pinned up against the octagon. Song Yadong firing a knee into the side of the body. And Vera firing some knees back as well. Knees coming in from both guys at the moment. This is close work at the moment. Elbows, uppercuts, nasty, nasty fighting. That's what we've got right now. Right in the pocket. Knees to the body. Right up against the cage. And that is the end of the round. If I could figure out how to not have that timer go off, I would be happy. Good round. Enjoyable round. Hard to call. But it's actually total strikes 26-26. Significant strikes 23-19. Nothing in it. Absolutely nothing in it. So, very interesting. They're just trying to give Song Yadong some advice here. Talk about when you're in the clinch. Talking about firing in some more kicks. I was just trying to hear what they were advising him. Right, we should be underway soon enough. Amanda Nunes at UFC 250 taking on Spencer. Big fan of Nunes. Don't think that card looks amazing. But looking forward to seeing Nunes in action. It's a great main event. Right, we are underway with second round. Both guys coming out, engaging. They're not standing off each other. There's a few front leg kicks coming in. Song Yadong with a right-left combo. Vera backing away from Song Yadong. Song Yadong blocking a high kick there. They're just having a look, and Vera has fired 21 strikes to the legs of Song Yadong. Yadong 16 strikes to the head. So looks like Vera's going low and Song Yadong's going high. Not much to separate them so far. 33-32 on total strikes in favor of Song Yadong. I think Song Yadong is maybe a touch ahead, but there's really nothing in it. Because when you look at significant strikes, it's 31-27 to Song Yadong. Nice, straight down the middle with a great right hand. And again, and that rocked Vera. Standing the ground in the middle. Kick to the body by Vera. Nice left hand jab. Right-left combo coming down the middle as well. Kick to the body by Vera. Vera having the better of this phase right now, but Song Yadong with a 1-2 straight down the middle. Trying to fire some shots back. Went low to the body. High to the head as well. Really mixing up his levels here, Song Yadong, which is really great to see. And that is causing Vera some problems. Body shot followed by a hook to the head. Left-hand jab straight down the middle by Song Yadong. So Vera having the better part a moment ago. Song Yadong coming back into this fight. It's a very even fight. 48-42 on total strikes. 45-35 on significant strikes. Kick to the body coming in by Vera. No, nice. Went high. Song Yadong grabbed the leg looking for a single leg takedown, but couldn't get it. Couldn't get it. 1 minute 40. Kick to the body. Both guys doing well here. Pacing themselves very well. It's not been a non-stop war like we saw earlier. But both guys still seem to have plenty in the tank. Neither guy seems to be struggling too much. Vera just had Song Yadong driven back, but Yadong managing to spin this around. But Vera spins it back around again. Now it's Song Yadong that's backed up against the cage. But again, he seems very comfortable. Knees coming in by Vera. Knees really firing in onto the thighs. Song Yadong isn't going to want to eat too many of those. Here we go. Fists are flying. A real scramble. There's elbows and fists. At close range there. That was nasty stuff. Nasty fighting. And now they break apart. Back into the center of the octagon. We've got just over 30 seconds left in this second round. Rights and lefts. And he's tagging Vera, Song Yadong. There's really not much to separate these two. Significant strikes. 23-19 to Song in round 1. 32-31 to Vera in round 2. Wow. This third round's going to be a war. It's anyone's fight, this. It's anyone's fight. And Yadong is getting tagged a little bit here. Just a few shots really getting through from Vera. End of the round. Really good stuff, man. Really good stuff. Tingalin says, Days, you need to watch that Cage Fighter Worlds Collide film because Moxley is awesome. Wrestling Days fan says, great round. Great round. Classic WWE 2K matches says this is live on ESPN. It is. Classic WWE 2K matches saying Song is throwing bombs. Shout out to C Wrestling that's with us in the chat as well. Sonny Wolf as well. Days, the Scottish boxing champion is in the room. How has your night been? It's been a great night. I've really enjoyed it. We've had some really great fights, and this is one of them. We're into a third round. Not much to separate these two. But here we go, friends. Total strikes. Song Yadong, 68. Marlon Vera, 72. Oh, come straight out with a big knee. Vera, but Song Yadong spins him round. You cannot take your eyes off this fight for 1 second. Song Yadong got caught, grabbed and spun Vera. And he seems to have ridden out a bit of a dangerous moment there. Both of these guys in the clinch. But I got to tell you, Song Yadong looks absolutely fine. Although Vera managing to get a takedown there on Song Yadong. So Vera on top, Song Yadong down on his back. This is going to be a very interesting phase right now. Who's going to get the better of this? There is not much to separate them. That takedown could be a big moment for Marlon Vera. Big strike. Big left hand is firing shots down now on Song Yadong. Song Yadong backed up against the octagon. He's managed to get to a seated position. Just wonder now if things are starting to swing to Vera's way. Big strike to the body. Nice. Left hand straight down the middle. Left hand jab by Song Yadong. Song Yadong has got to get something here for me. He's up on significant strikes, down on total strikes, and down on takedowns now. What has he got? What has Song Yadong got in this round? Right-left combo. Nice hooks by Song Yadong. Straight down the middle. This is a tough one to call. Nice. Again, he's working. Straight down the middle. He is catching him, Song Yadong. Marlon Vera firing back some shots of his own. Oh, that was a beautiful left hand from Song Yadong, and it rocks Vera. Couldn't capitalize. Couldn't capitalize. Some oblique kicks coming in. And again by Vera. Oh, catches him with a left from Song Yadong. He is tagging him. It's 94-83 though. Oh, that's another great left. Song is firing shots in. He is eating punishment as well, though. As much as he's giving, he is getting caught, kicked to the body. Bit of an uppercut. This is a great fight. This is a great fight. Nice. Right, left again, Song Yadong. We got just 2 minutes left. This has been a real treat. Another fight that's been a real treat. These two just really throwing at each other, and Song Yadong has got blood coming out of his nose. Just cannot put Vera away. Significant strikes. Song 82 out of 189. These two are just throwing at each other. Bisping saying if they keep doing this, someone's got to fall down. But who goes first? We've got 1 minute 30 to find out. They've literally just been throwing at each other. Total strikes. Song Yadong 105. Vera 113. 96 significant strikes for Song Yadong. 96 significant strikes for Vera. 1 minute 10 seconds to go. Drama. Drama of the highest quality, and that might be a second takedown for Vera. It is a second takedown. I think this is swinging Vera's way. Nice kick it out though. He's managed to get up, Song Yadong. He's been taken down, but Vera couldn't do anything with it. Catches Song Yadong with a big left hand, and Song Yadong fires back one of his own. Drives Vera back. I think Vera's getting this. He's trying to get round. He's got 30-odd seconds. Come on, Vera. I think this is Vera. He's got 16 seconds to go. He's leading. Vera's leading on total strikes, significant strikes, takedowns. Song Yadong has worked really hard. There is not much between these at all. Done. Over. I think that's Vera. But it's going to go to judges. Honestly, I don't know what the judges say. I think Marlon gets it. I think Marlon should get it. But who knows? We've seen many weird and wonderful decisions. And this is a tough one to call. Vera won. Vera got it. I think Vera got it. It seems like most of you in the chat do as well. What a brilliant fight. And you know what? Not even fight of the night for me. If you are just joining us, there was an absolutely incredible fight that we had on the prelims that saw Elkins against Landwehr. That fight was absolutely brilliant. And I would say that that was a better fight than what we just got there. But make no mistake about it, that was still absolutely brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Yeah. Didn't know which way that was going to go, to be honest. Song Yadong, I thought was the favourite. He was certainly the favourite for the bookies. Song Yadong was minus 195. Marlon Vera was plus 160. So, yeah, kind of felt like it should have been Song Yadong. But looking at it, I think that Vera had more strikes, more significant strikes, more takedowns. But what did the judges see? That's the big question. This could be very, very interesting. Very interesting. What did the judges see? Who won? We're going to find out. We're going to find out. Should be Vera. But this could be split. It's unanimous. 29-28. Unanimous victory for Song Yadong, and Vera's like, would not shake his hand. Wow. Can you say upset? I would say, I mean, look, Song Yadong was the favorite to win, but I've got to tell you, Song Yadong, total strikes, 113. Vera, 130. Significant strikes, Song Yadong, 100. Marlon Vera, 109. Takedowns, Song Yadong, none. Vera, 2. How did Song Yadong win that? How was it unanimous? Vera is not happy, man. Not happy. Vera was robbed. Wow. Hey, look, it happens. You see it all the time. This is what we're saying. It happens all the time. You don't know what the judges see. Wow. Hey, I said Song Yadong. It's been scrolling along the top right there. All along throughout the whole thing. And I was right. Yay! Yeah, dong, yeah, dong, yeah, dong, yeah, dong. Nah, Vera was robbed, man. He was robbed. Someone call the police. There's been a robbery. Song Yadong's star continuing to rise. Hey, he got the job done, didn't he? Maybe. Great fight, though. No two ways about it. Great fight. And look, if you're not going to finish your opponent and it's going to go to the judges, you are leaving it in up to the gods, aren't you? I mean, sort of your own fault. What's this? Is this the next? What's this? Is this the next inductee? What's our next fight? Anders. Is Ranaman the next inductee then into the Hall of Fame? Is that what this is? I missed the start. A robbery. We need a superstar called Yadong. I'm surprised that Vince hasn't already done that, in all fairness. I should imagine he said to Drew Gulak, do you want to, you can say, all right, here's a contract, but we are going to call you Dong. You Dong. My Dong. How the heck did Song Yadong win that fight? Literally no one knows. No, I don't even think Song Yadong knows. It was a robbery. It's an absolute robbery. But I'm quite happy because I did predict Song Yadong. Oh, could you imagine if you had money on that fight? How gutted you would be. I said bet money on him and he won. How can they justify that? I don't know. I mean, it's not got anything to do with the UFC. Oh, yes. So Kevin Randleman going into the Hall of Fame. Days, I went to UFC 218 in New York. Then 2 years later, I went to WrestleMania 34. I'm 14. I'm the Scottish champion as well. Amazing, my friend. You are living a blessed life. William Hensey says, I've got to say, despite my hesitation, your dong went the distance. Yeah. I mean, look, if it goes to the judges, as we said, it's out of your hands then. And those kind of results can happen. We see it time and time again. It's not even an uncommon occurrence, you know. Once every few weeks, you tend to get a dodgy decision like that. They have said before, you know, I mean, like, people score fights so many different ways. There's not really a set way of scoring fights. Like, you would think having the most significant strikes, having the most total strikes, having the most takedowns, you know, being on the front foot rather than constantly backing away. Like, all of that should add up. But the judges, I'd love to know, I'd love to hear from the judges how they actually score it. What do they look for? Because it happens once in a while, too often, actually. Kevin Randleman, UFC debut at UFC 19. UFC Heavyweight Champion, 1999 to 2000. NCAA Division 1 Wrestling Champion, 92 to 93. Going into the Pioneer Wing, which is great. Obviously, last week we found out that GSP was going in, Georges St. Pierre. As if this night can't get more bittersweet, Kevin Randleman gets the surprise Hall of Fame call. The late Kevin Randleman has been inducted into the Hall of Fame. The monster is a true legend and pioneer of the sport. Was one of my favorites. Imagine if Kevin Randleman was in the WWE. What a great star he would have been. He had an incredible physique. Incredible physique. Yeah, that would have been huge. And at that time as well, I mean, you know, Attitude Era. Well, it's great. It's, I mean, very much deserved, and a nice announcement, a big announcement, another Hall of Famer. So, Randleman is a true Hall of Famer. He left us too early, says Jerry Smith. Okay, here we go. Next fight coming up. Eric Anders, who's a slight underdog here. Plus 135. Taking on Jotco, who's a slight favourite at minus 165. So, Anders versus Jotco. So, this is middleweight. Eric Anders, 13-4 is his record. Jotco, 21-4. Jotco is a slight favourite, minus 155. Eric Anders, plus 135. Anders, bigger, more power. Not as fluid, a little bit slow, but he's very athletic. He played Division I college football, very physical, can impose himself on this fight, and there's a lot of different ways that he could get the win. But Jotco is a tricky striker. He's going to have a slight edge in grappling. He's quite happy on the ground. He's a longer striker. He's got a decent defense, great cardio. Goes the distance quite a bit. So the thing with Jotco, he is not going to tire. I don't think Eric Anders is going to tire because, again, you know, very athletic. He's going to know to pace himself, but he can be very explosive. There is a chance that Eric Anders could empty the tank quite early in the fight. So his strategy is going to be very important. So I'm very much looking forward to this in the middleweight division. This is, as we said, the next fight on the card, fight number 8, Anders versus Jotco, middleweight, and things are starting to get a little tasty now. We're really starting to get into some interesting stuff. As we just saw, though, with that Song Yadong Vera fight, absolutely brilliant. The quality tonight has been very good, very good. I've got Anders for his power. But Jotco is tricky, so this should be good. Yeah, good point. Anders plus 135, Jotco minus 155. I've gone with Jotco, as you can see right there. It's been scrolling along the top of the screen so far. One fight on the main card, one correct prediction. No denying that. Song Yadong coming through. Can Jotco be my next correct prediction? But it's going to be difficult against Eric Anders. He is not a pushover. A decent record of 13-4. As I said, Jotco 21-4. Right. We are going to go back. I don't know if the fighters will be in the ring, in the octagon already. They were last time. Here we go. Middleweight belt. We want divas, says NJ Shaw. We want divas. Did you get 2,500 WWE Championship? Shout out WWE Inside Access Wrestling. NJ Shaw says, did you ever watch Pride? Only clips. I never sat down and watched like a show all the way through. I got to admit, when it comes to MMA, I haven't really ventured outside of UFC, but I've definitely seen some Pride action on YouTube and some Strikeforce stuff and Combate Americas. So I've seen like a few bits, but I've never sat down and watched like a full show. I'll be the first to admit that my knowledge and experience with MMA is still, you know, I'm still learning quite a bit as we watch these shows. I've been watching WWE since the early 90s, but I've probably only been watching UFC on a regular basis for the past 10 years. So, yeah, there's probably a few gaps in there knowledge-wise, but I love it. It's we were talking earlier. It's a very different flavor. I mean, I do enjoy watching WWE. I've been a fan of that my whole life. But it's very different. This you don't get the comedy in UFC. There's not as much humor, and there's a lot more blood. But as I said, variety is the spice of life, and yeah, it's just nice to watch something a little bit different, but still connected to like fighting. I enjoy boxing as well. I'm a big fan of boxing. I think I probably would get into like kickboxing and all that kind of stuff, but it's just not enough hours in the day. I would love to get into amateur wrestling. I think that's something I would really enjoy, like the NCAA stuff. I mean, there's some great fighters that I've seen coming through the NCAAs. That is it Stevenson at the moment, who is like the next big prospect. I mean, he'll definitely go probably Olympics, and then he might go UFC or WWE. He's been training with Brock Lesnar, and he's one for the future. I'm sure his name's Stevenson. But as I said, I'd love to get into that. But I don't know if they show it here in the UK. It might be on Fight or something. So, yeah, I could probably... if there was more hours in the day, then I'd be getting into that. Shout out to Stories with Mermaid. Hope you are well. William Hensey says, we want more your dong. I've got Jotco for this next one. Eric Anders versus Jotco in the middleweight division. As we said, it's going to be a very interesting fight. But I do think Jotco is going to have a little bit too much. Is there a fight coming up? There is. Yeah, we're just at commercial break. Can you shout out my colleague Jacob Holding? Yes, there we go. Shout out to Jacob Holding. Shout out to Stories with Mermaid Danisa. Is it? What do you watch UFC on? I watch it on BT Sport. I do have UFC Fight Pass for the early prelims, but if you've got BT Sport, then they show the prelims and they show the main card as well. But you get the early prelims on the Fight Pass. Stephen Martinez, shout out to you. C Wrestling says, OMG, you need to stream the Olympics. We need the Olympics. It got moved a year, didn't it? I really would have been tempted to have streamed the wrestling for the Olympics. I would have been very interested to have done that. Because we know that people like Kurt Angle have come through. Henry Cejudo was a gold medalist for freestyle wrestling as well. So, we've seen people come through the Olympics and go to WWE and certainly go to UFC. So, but that's next year now, isn't it? It's moved to 2021. But yeah, very interesting. I would love to get into amateur wrestling. Great film, by the way. And I have mentioned it before. Foxcatcher. Absolutely brilliant. Based on a true story about, I think it's the American Olympic wrestling team. And what a story. I'm not going to ruin it, but it's so good. If you're interested in UFC or WWE or just wrestling or anything like that, watch Foxcatcher. It is amazing film. Okay, Eric Anders, 33. Jotco, 30. This fight is 3 rounds. Shout out to Stephen Martinez. Shout out to Jordan. Shout out to Finley. Chase Baker says, Anders, round 1, KO. He just went for like a fist bump, but I don't think he got one from Bruce Buffer, Jotco. He was like, come on. And I think Bruce Buffer just blanked him. Embarrassing. I hope the fight goes better than that fist bump did. Eric Anders. Plus 135 underdog. Eric, your boy, Anders. Herb Dean, the ref for this one. Right, friends, this is the next fight. We're sneaking our way to that massive main event, Overeem versus Harris. We've got the co-main event as well that's going to see Angela Hill taking on Gadelha, but we are underway. Anders, Jotco. This is going to be another very interesting fight. Jotco standing his ground in the center with Anders on the outside. Anders coming in with an overhand left and a kick, but neither landing. Nothing landed so far. As we said, this is in the middleweight division. Eric, your boy, Anders. Bit of movement, but not much engaging. So far, one strike from Jotco in the first 45 seconds. That's all we've got that's registered. So I can't see this fight being as great as that Song Yadong fight that we just had. Maybe it's not going to go as long. Okay, Jotco on the outside. Again, 3 strikes to 1. That's all we've got. Just some front leg kick coming in there by Jotco. Jotco backed up, went for a back elbow there. Anders driving forward, driving Jotco against the side of the octagon. Couple of quick strikes coming in by Jotco. Anders leaning his weight into Jotco. Again, just trying to sap that energy, just trying to get some control time. Got to make progress, though, otherwise the referee will break them apart. There's no need to do that, though, because Jotco finds a way of getting out himself. Goes right back to the center. Anders on the outside. Really not much to separate these at the moment, but Jotco is getting some strikes through. So far, 12 total strikes to 3. So Jotco just starting to get his shots through. Anders looking for a jab, looking for a clinch. That's a big hook by Anders, who picks up Jotco, is looking for a takedown. Jotco managing to survive this, though. See, this is one of those things, and he does get the takedown, but he pops back up, couldn't keep him down. Now there's some big strikes. Jotco rocks back. Anders using his size, using his physicality. He does have a size advantage. He is the bigger guy. But I do think Jotco's a little bit better technically. I could see them giving this to Anders so far. I think he's been... oh, nice! Anders driving Jotco back. Jotco had fired some shots in. I can tell you, Jotco, 18 strikes to 5. 10 significant strikes to 4. But I do think the judges are probably leaning to Anders because he's looked the better fighter. A lot of those strikes that Jotco have been firing in have just been little shots, little front kicks, nothing too flashy. Definitely the flashier stuff has been coming from Anders as Jotco breaks away again. Went for an uppercut there, Jotco. Anders backed away. 1 minute 20 left in this. You look at the numbers, right-left combo straight down the middle by Jotco. You look at the numbers, you'd say Jotco. You look at the fight, you might say Anders. Front leg kicks again coming in. They're all going to pick up some points. He lunges forward, trying to take down Anders, but he only gets him driven against the side of the octagon. Couple of quick strikes coming into the side of the head as Jotco fires a knee into the legs. Jotco in control right now, driving his weight up on Anders, trying to get him down. Almost got him down, but he nearly... Yes, he has got him down and he's all over him, but Anderson popping back up. And Anderson with some quick kicks. Bit of trouble there for Jotco. Bit of trouble. This fight now really heating up. really heating up. Some beautiful striking and knees right up against the side of the cage. They are turning it on now with 20-odd seconds to go. Jotco doing some nice evasive work. Firing some shots back in. So far, no takedowns registered because they weren't able to keep their opponents down. What a really great show this has been. I wasn't expecting a great deal from this fight, but what a really great show. That was a great round. Started off a little slow, but man, really got good. Really got good. Nice work when you connected is what they said to Anders. So 35 strikes to 25. Jotco 35, Anders 25. Jotco 18 significant strikes, Anders 11. No registered takedowns for either guy. If you look at the numbers, you'd have to say Jotco. But again, if you're looking at the fight, you might say Anders. If this is going to go to judges' scorecard, could go either way right now. Well, no time to mess around. We're moving into the next round. Again, no UFC next week. I think the next event is UFC 250. That's going to be like June 6th. So not next week, but the week after. That is a big, big show. Really looking forward to that. Amanda Nunes on that card, and you know they're going to drop something else quite tasty on there as well. We're underway with the second round. Anders has come out quite hot. Driven Jotco back against the side of the cage, but Jotco managing to break away. No, straight down the middle with a beautiful left hand by Jotco. Anders just having to eat that one. The thing with Anders is, I mean, Jotco is used to going. Jotco will do this for 3 rounds, no problem whatsoever. Anders, very explosive, he's committed himself a little bit. It's going to be quite interesting as this fight wears on. As soon as we get more towards the end of this round, what is Anders going to have in the tank? How much energy has he been holding back? Minute into the second round. 39-26 total strikes, 22-12 significant strikes for Jotco so far. Anders standing his ground in the center. Jotco on the outside, trying to find a way through. Little bit of distance between them right now. Nice. Left hand, straight down the middle. No messing around. Connects with it as well. It was beautiful. It's a great left hand. Kick to the body. Anders trying to fire a left hand back of his own. Anders really trying to close down the octagon, take away some of that space. They're just showing us the significant strikes right now. 25-13. It's actually 27-13. Anders driving in knee to the body. Has got Jotco backed up against the side of the octagon. 44-28. Again, not an easy fight to score. I really do feel like you looking at the fight right now, you've got Anders that's driving Jotco back into the side of the octagon. Is firing in some nice looking shots as well. Jotco's the one that seems to be on the outside. Anderson's the one that's moving forward. There's quite a few things that you would look at and say Anders is the one that's doing the better here. But the numbers don't back that up. 47-30, 29-14. All the numbers in Jotco's favor. Eric Anders still moving forward, though. Jotco looking for an opening. He's had some success with the left down the middle. He tries a right, but couldn't get it through. He's kind of backed up against the octagon again and again. Anders leaning into him, grabbing a leg. Is he looking for a single leg? Doesn't seem like the judges really care about takedowns. They don't seem to score them as anything. We just learnt that in the last fight. Couple of back elbows that didn't connect. A little bit of energy gone out of this one. Not as active as what we saw in the first. But both guys are still going for it. And Anders is the one that's moving forward. It's Jotco that's on the back foot here. Backed up against the fence is having to try and get out the way a little bit. Trading blows with Anders. Here we go. Look, Anders leaning his weight on Jotco. Knee to the body. Bisping saying the wrestling is the most exhausting part when it comes to MMA. Really does sap your energy, and certainly having the weight of someone put onto you is going to sap your energy. So even these moments where Anders is just leaning his weight onto Jotco, it might not look like much, but it's definitely taking something away from Jotco. He is looking for the takedown, and Jotco could be there for the takedown, but he couldn't quite get it. We've got just over 30-odd seconds to go. Again, this is hard to score because you look at this and Anders is in control. But you look at the numbers, 57-36, 33-17. It's all Jotco numbers. But the numbers don't win the fights. Again, we just learnt that from the last fight. What are the judges seeing right now? That's the question. Right now, they're seeing Anders in control. Putting his weight onto Jotco. This third round's going to be very, very interesting. We've just got seconds left. That's the end of that. This is anyone's. They don't score punches either, says Anthony. True. I don't think they have access to that information. I don't know why. I don't know if they do have access to it or not, but I mean, I'm sitting here right now, and if I was a judge, to be honest, Anders is moving forward. He's putting his weight a lot on Jotco. He's catching Jotco. When they do engage, Jotco has some nice moments, but Anders has got a few moments. But I would say that Anders was controlling the fight. So if I don't have any access to any numbers, I might be leaning towards Anders. But if you look at the numbers, 64 strikes to 42, 33 significant strikes to 17, no takedowns each for either guy. It's all Jotco. It's all Jotco on the numbers. So it's very interesting. This is the problem with scoring. You don't know what they're looking at or what they're scoring. Bisping says, I'm sure that Jotco's corner are saying, please keep off the fence. You're finding yourself over there too much. Went for a back elbow. Anders has gone round the back and driven him to the fence. So Jotco is back over at that fence. Exactly where he does not want to be, because again, it looks like Anders is controlling this fight. He's not doing a great deal with this time. Certainly nothing numbers-wise. He's looking for a takedown. Anders. Knees to the body by Anders. Anders again looking like he's controlling this. Jotco having to try and find a way out. Anders again putting his weight, a lot of his weight onto Jotco. Not the amazing fight that we've seen in the past. We've seen some better fights than this, but a very intriguing fight. Because if this goes to judges, not a freaking clue what they're seeing, what they're scoring. Both guys in the middle. Anders coming forward again. Jotco has got out of some compromising situations. His takedown defense has been very strong. But what has he offered going forward? A couple of strikes coming in. 75-50 on total strikes. 37-19 on significant. Just 3 minutes left. And I got to tell you, I thought Anders would be tired by now, but he's still throwing kicks. He's still throwing strikes to the head. He's still throwing some nice combinations. Still seems to have enough about him. Jotco as well, though. Jotco's very used to these deep waters. He's been the distance many times. A couple of strikes coming in. Anders unloading now, driving Jotco back. Again, quite showy there for Anders. He does have those explosive moments that look really great. Oh, a couple of shots kicked to the head as well by Jotco. He just could not capitalize on that moment. Yeah, again, Jotco getting off the fence. He keeps getting backed up to that fence. Nice jab coming in. Driven back by Anders. Which way is this going to go? So interesting. We've got less than 2 minutes. Less than 2 minutes left. Just looking at Eric Anders' corner. Anders getting low. Really trying for a takedown. I mean, even if he gets a takedown, I don't think it'll make much of a difference to the scorecards. 1 minute 30. He's more of the same here. Jotco is managed to reverse that now. Now it's Anders that's up against the octagon. They break apart. 1 minute 10 on the clock. Very interesting fight. I'm actually really intrigued to see what the judges score this. How the judges score this. I mean, it's 90 strikes to 58. It's 47 to 24. He is driving him back against the fence, but I mean, is that anything? I mean, pinning him up against the fence, does that win your fights? You could argue that you're controlling it, you're containing the fight, you're managing the fight. Is there an argument for that? Knees coming in by Anders, just doing whatever he can at this state. I mean, Jotco's like... significant strikes. 18 to 11 in round 1. 15 to 6 in round 2. 18 to 8 in round 3. It's Jotco that has had more significant strikes in every single round. Nice right-left combo by Anders. We really are getting towards the end now. And that is the end right there. End of the fight. Guys, I would love to know who you would be giving that to. Who do you give that fight to? Let me know. I am genuinely intrigued to see which way this goes. Ige against Barboza is going to be our next fight. Days, I've got Anders winning because he controlled the whole match. But Jotco has the numbers. Okay. I'd be giving it to Jotco because I predicted him and I don't want to be wrong. Roger says Jotco wins, but Lauren says Anders wins. Big Fresh says Jotco. Kate says Jotco. Leslie says Jotco. Diego says Jotco. Eric says Jotco, split decision. James says Jotco. Jason says Jotco. Chalmers says Jotco, unanimous. Okay, looks like the Jotco crew are in the house. Get ready to be disappointed. The striking numbers do belong to Christoph Jotco. 5 takedowns attempted each. Clinch, look at that though. Clinch control time, 5 minutes 53 for Anders. 44 seconds for Jotco. Does control clinch time mean much? We're going to find out. Here we go. It's unanimous. Jotco. Jotco, unanimous decision for Jotco. Oh, there we go. Unanimous. Yeah, I think he was about to leave. Well, I feel like that was the right decision. Anders was certainly controlling the fight. As we just saw, he had more clinch time, but he wasn't doing anything with it. He probably sapped some of the energy of Jotco, but Jotco was still getting more of the strikes through. But we'd seen in the Song Yadong fight that didn't make any difference. They don't seem to pay much attention to the striking numbers, but for whatever reason, Jotco getting the victory, and I am a very happy boy. That's 2 fights, 2 correct predictions so far. Most wins since 2013. Jotco with 9. In the middleweight division. Nice Jotco Rooney. A Jotco Rooney in the middle of the ring. It's all kicking off. Right, next up we got Dan Ige taking on Barboza. Featherweight division. Dan Ige is ranked 15th. Barboza is ranked 11th. Barboza making his featherweight debut. So Ige 13-2. Barboza 20-8. Barboza is the slight favorite here. He's got most knockouts in UFC lightweight history. Edson Barboza 20-8. It's a very strong record. Dan Ige 13-2. Barboza dropping down to featherweight might look a little bit thin, and he might lose one of his big advantages, which was speed. Barboza's always been quite quick for the division, but by dropping down, he might be losing that speed advantage. He should still carry power. He should still be quite powerful. He's bringing a lot, and he is slight favorite here, but there's a lot of intrigue in this fight. This is going to be another interesting fight. And obviously, this is our last fight before the co-main event. We really are getting towards the business end now. So Dan Ige has trained with Habib whenever Habib's over in Vegas. Dan Ige does some work with him. He trains with great wrestlers. He's very well-rounded. He's got good leg kicks. He's very powerful in the strikes. He does like to use his jab to put pressure on his opponent. He's not fought many great names, though. So he's got a good record of 13-2. And he's had some decent fights, don't get me wrong, but I don't know. This is a test. This is a test. Edson Barboza is a name. So Barboza's coming in. There's not much in this. I think people are very interested to see how Barboza's going to do at featherweight. So Barboza minus 140, Ige plus 110. There's not much in it. It's not a pick'em. Barboza definitely the favourite. But another fight that's quite close. Another fight where there's not much in it. This could go the distance. So we're going to have to wait and see. Jerry Smith says Barboza with a great match, but Ige can be sneaky. Barboza's going to win this in the second round, says Kate. I was going to go to sleep, but if there's only 3 fights left, well, then I might as well stay, says James. You might as well stay. You definitely don't want to miss that main event. The emotion in that and the way that's, we've been talking about that all night. So I would say for the fact of sticking up for another hour and a half or whatever, I'd stick around for Overeem against Harris. We've got this one. I gotta tell you, I do not miss the crowd at all. Makes no difference whatsoever. I think, if anything, I don't want to say it's better. I don't think it's better. But I do like hearing the fighters. And, some of those shots, you can just hear the power. It's very impressive. As we said, some of the fighters have been saying they can hear the commentators. And there's a question as to whether the judges can hear the commentators and if they're swaying things. Edson Barboza, 14 wins, which is the 5th most in the UFC lightweight history. 7 knockouts, most in UFC lightweight history. 7 knockouts by kick or knee is the 2nd most in UFC history. Only fighter to have win finishes from a head kick, body kick, and 2 from leg kicks. He likes his kicks. So that was his 155-pound career, but different division. Let's see how he does in featherweight. Barboza is ranked 11th in lightweight, but he's facing Dan Ige, who's ranked 15th in featherweight. Interesting matchup, this. As this is my first night of watching UFC, I don't have the knowledge, but I do want Ige to win. Well, look, it's absolutely brilliant, Lauren, that you are watching UFC for the first time. And honestly, I do think this has been a really great show. I hope you feel that way as well. I hope that you've been impressed with what you've seen. I think there's been some very close fights. Gone to decision, not knowing which way they're going to go. The Song Yadong one, I think, was surprising. Jotco, I think, was the right result. But we've had some great fights, even on the prelims. So hopefully that continues. Dan 50K Ige takes on Edson Jr. Barboza in the 9th fight of the evening. After this, we will have our co-main event as Claudia Gadelha takes on Angela Hill. And then our main event in the heavyweight division, Alistair Overeem has to stand opposite Walt Harris, which is not going to be an easy thing to do. But Overeem says that he's not going to be holding back. Very sympathetic about what Harris has been through. So, yeah, let's see. Overeem, Harris in the main event. Hill, Gadelha in our co-main event. Ige versus Barboza next. We are at commercial break. I think they're going to be doing the ring walks at the moment. So when we go back, they'll probably be already inside the octagon. We haven't been watching the ring walks. I think might see the ring walks for the co-main event and the main event. Tend to see the ring walks for the main event. But, yeah, we might not see the ring walk for this next one. What was the result of the women's match? The women's match from earlier was, I think it was Claudia, wasn't it? Courtney Casey against Borella. Casey getting the victory in that one quite quick, I seem to recall. We go back into the results, into the prelims. Round 1, 3 minutes 35, submission. It was, she was on her back, Courtney Casey. I remember she was on her back with Borella on top, and she managed to get the armbar. So an armbar submission victory for Courtney Casey in the second fight of the evening. But it was actually the fight after that, the third fight of the evening, that is absolutely brilliant. Fight of the night so far, no doubt about it. Elkins versus Landwehr, absolutely brilliant contest. If you've not seen it, I'm not even going to tell you who wins. Just watch it. It's a brilliant, brilliant fight. Brilliant, brilliant fight. 3 fights to go. 3 fights to go, my friends. Can you give me a quick recap of the fights? What happened and who won? Well, I can go through. I don't want to go. I don't really want to say about the Elkins one because it was amazing. Rodrigo against Maize. Rodrigo won second round. Courtney Casey beating Borella first round armbar submission. Elkins versus Landwehr. Watch it. Chikadze beating Rivera by decision. I thought that was a bit flat. I expected more from Chikadze. Hernandez versus Holland. Holland getting the win after 39 seconds. Matt Brown taking on Beza, with Beza getting the victory. Over on the main card, Song Yadong getting a decision win over Marlon. And we've got Jotco getting the win via decision over Eric Anders. Now we're at Dan Ige, and Barboza in the featherweight. So this 3 fights to go. And we are just about to go back to the action. Over or under 2.5 rounds. This could go to decision. It's so hard to call because we don't know what Barboza's going to be like. I mean, Ige could swarm him. Barboza's always been fast, but is he that fast in featherweight? He's got 4-inch reach advantage. We're going to find out. Fighting! Things are getting good. Co-main event after this. Barboza fighting out of Rio de Janeiro in Brazil. Fighting! Edson Jr. Barboza. Okay. Intro for Dan Ige, who fights out of the United States. Here we go then, friends. Barboza, first round KO, says James Chadwick. Elgin versus Landwehr was a bloodbath. Gruesome and brilliant at the same time. Shout out to Finley. Brandon saying KO. Here we go. Nope, I've got to start the countdown. Boom. Ige on the front foot already. Knee to the body by Barboza. So, as we said, hard to call. Nice right-left combo coming in by Ige. Shot to the body as well by Ige. Very quick hands by Ige here. Really peppering Barboza. Cracking him round the head as well. Nice right hook. Oh, down goes Ige. Barboza. Barboza on top, but Ige holds on. Wow. I'd love to see a replay of that. And here we go. Some shots to the side of the head. Barboza with some power. Knew that he had the power. The question was, one of his biggest advantages was speed. And he was getting tagged a bit there by Ige. But Barboza has managed to get Ige down. And here comes some hammer fists. The ref's going to have a good look at this. Barboza with hammer fists. It's raining fists on Ige. But Ige managing to survive. Referee was having a good look at that then. He was having a real good look at that. And the two break apart and Dan Ige back on his feet. Wow. Nice. Nice spell there for Barboza. Right, left coming in combo by Barboza. Couple of left-hand jabs straight down the middle by Dan Ige. Uppercut. Nice. That was really quick from Ige. That was a right uppercut with a left jab that came straight after. Lovely combo. Barboza standing in the middle. Again, getting peppered with shots by Ige. I can tell you that Barboza, 22 strikes to 18. 22 significant strikes for Barboza to 14 from Ige. Well, only just halfway through round one. Halfway through round one. Ige coming forward with the right and left. Straight down the middle. Barboza moving out the way. Yeah, which way is this going to go? He goes for a kick. Barboza. Ige backs up. Jab down the center from Ige. Pace falling away the past 30-odd seconds, but a vicious hook from Ige that just misses Barboza. But, yeah, we had our explosive moment at the start. There are some sickening strikes. Oh, lovely left hook. Connects with Ige, and he was rocked for a moment. He kind of shakes it off, charges forward with a knee. But the power of Barboza is a problem for Dan Ige, but he's taken it. He is taking some shots, but there's a nasty cut on his face. It's been a great fight already. Man, if they can keep this up for 3 rounds, what a great fight this will be as well, to add to the collection of great fights that we've had so far tonight. This should be called UFC Great Fight Night. Nice left-hand jab by Barboza. Ige on the outside. He has took some damage. Nasty cut on his right cheek. Blood coming down the face of Ige. Charges forward. Looking for an uppercut. Oh, went for a kick there by Barboza. Ige is backing up a little bit. Bisping saying that Barboza just starting to control things a little. Nice knee to the body. Swing and a miss by Ige. Really enjoyable stuff. Really enjoyable round. We are getting towards the end of this first round. Head kick coming in by Ige. Really great stuff again. Whew. What a round. Brilliant show. I agree. I agree. I think Barboza winning that first round for me. Numbers suggesting that he does, and I think he had the showier moments as well. So not only are the numbers on his side, but I think he looked just a little better. But make no mistake about it, Dan Ige well in this fight, having some great moments of his own. But we got another 5 minutes coming up soon. Here we go. I think Ige will win, says Leslie. I don't think they do, Finley. I'm not aware that they've got a child. He came back strong and looked like the better fighter. Well, let's get some more action. See which way this goes. Thought Barboza was pretty close to a finish in that first. But Ige just moving forward with rights, lefts, straight down the center. Lovely combos there. He is just letting them hands go, Dan Ige. He is just letting those hands fly. Connects, caught him right on the chin. Ige is here for a fight. Knee to the body by Barboza. Ige is putting it all out there. I think he's caused some damage on Barboza's face now. Blood coming down the nose of Barboza. Blood coming down from the cheek of Ige. Nice front leg kick coming in by Barboza. Not much difference in the numbers now, you know. Ige coming in with those right-left combos, all scoring. So 39-36 on total strikes, 39-31 on significant strikes. Barboza still a whisper ahead, but not by much. Not by much. This looks like it's going to be another close contest. Barboza taking a bit of punishment here. Certainly control time for Ige as he's got Barboza pinned up against the cage. Knees coming in. Knees to the body. Ige firing shots to the body. Barboza spinning around and the two break away. Ige again coming forward with the right hook. Couldn't land it. 3 minutes 10 on the clock. Barboza firing back with a shot of his own. Blood coming down the cheek of Ige. There's blood on the face of Barboza as well. Barboza going for a kick. Swing and a miss. Which way is this going to go? Charging forward. That was a nice right hand straight down the center from Ige. I think Ige might be getting the better of this round unless Barboza can do something. Oh, some horrific shots coming in from Ige. Oh, and that's a nasty body kick from Barboza. Barboza is starting to fire off some kicks right now. Total strikes 108-78. Attempted, but landed Ige 54-48. So Ige has landed 47% of the strikes that he's thrown. So he's thrown a lot. Body kick coming in by Barboza. Barboza has taken some punishment here. Kick coming in. Nice right hand coming in by Ige. Not much in this. I feel like that first round was Barboza. I feel like this second round might be Ige. Not much in this. Lovely elbow by Ige. Kick to the body. Kick to the thigh. Ige trying to drive Barboza back. Barboza with a great takedown defense. Doesn't get taken down. So Barboza in control right now. He was looking for an anaconda, but I don't think it was on. Spinning back heel kick, but didn't connect by Barboza. Oh, that left hook. I tell you, without a crowd, these shots are sickening. They are sickening. Wow. Just absolutely walloped him. Round two, significant strikes. 27 to Ige, 21 to Barboza. 40-odd seconds. Nice kick to the body, and Ige felt that. Definitely felt that. Again, looking for a takedown, but a lovely takedown defense by Barboza again. Oh, and now here comes some more shots raining down. Ige not in a great place right now. Hammer fists were raining down in the firsts, and there's fists raining down in the second on Ige. Ooh. Wow. Brilliant. Hard to score, man. Hard to score. I feel like, I mean, like, maybe Ige in that second one. Even Ige's corner says, I don't know what they're going to look at in that round. I can tell you, total strikes, 66 for Ige, 64 for Barboza. But all 64 have been significant for Barboza. Only 53 have been significant for Ige. Not much in total strikes. Barboza a whisper ahead on significant strikes. A couple of takedown attempts by Ige that haven't come off. He's had to eat a few hammer fists. He's got a nasty cut on his cheek. And we're going into a third round of another great fight. Another great fight. Whoo! Amazing. Brilliant night of action. Right, here we go, friends. Round number 3. What a scrap, says Tim Elliott. Okay. Both guys have already given a lot here. Very difficult fight to score. Oh, nice work by Barboza. I think if someone has a clean, clear victory in this round, they could take the fight. 40 strikes to the head, 24 to the body, 6 to the legs for Ige. We're a minute into this final round. Both guys in the center. We haven't had the flurries yet. They've not let those hands go yet. Who wants it? Nice overhand right by Ige. Ige coming forward again with a nice left hand this time. Straight down the center. Couple of jabs. 74, 71 on total strikes. Nice kick to the leg by Ige as well. Barboza's going to have to do something here. It's just these little shots are just starting to add up for Ige. I mean, Barboza's absolutely fine. He's still in there and he's firing some shots off of his own. It's been a great fight. Nearly 2 minutes gone in this final round. Got about 3 minutes to go. 79-75. Ige on the front foot. Barboza on the back foot. What will the judges make of that? Again, I just feel that Barboza needs a moment to cement this victory. He's grabbed Ige, driven him back up against the octagon, fired a knee into the body. So, looking for a couple of shots. There we go, an uppercut. Ige goes down, Barboza kicks out at him. Ige didn't go down because of a strike. He was more looking for a single leg. But that's a lovely right hand straight down the center. I think the left catches Barboza as well. So, Ige peppering Barboza. Barboza standing his ground. Barboza with a nice little spell there, but couldn't really make much of it. What a fight. Toss a coin. If Ige wins, I totally could see why. If Barboza wins, I could see why as well. That was a nice kick by Barboza. 84-79 on total strikes to Ige. But 80-71 on significant strikes. Catches him with a lovely left hand. Just caught the chin with 1:30 to go by Barboza. Not much in the numbers. Not much in the numbers at all. You feel like Ige has done more work, but Barboza's been more accurate. Oh, takedown! Takedown by Ige. Could that be a moment that swings it for him? A couple of big shots coming into the side of the head. Could that takedown make any difference to this fight? Barboza has got 50-odd seconds. That might swing it for Ige. That might swing it for Ige. Forearm strike coming in, and Ige is controlling all of this time. He's got a wide stance. Ige, 22 significant strikes in round 3. Barboza, 19. Here we go. Barboza, though, is perfectly comfortable down on the ground. 17 seconds to go. Ige, again, getting up to his feet. Less than 10 seconds to go. There's not much that Barboza can do here. He's just going to have to see out the fight, and we'll see what the judges say. And that is it. Which way does that go? That might be Ige's fight. That might be Ige's fight. Whoo! Which way does that go? You cannot trust these judges. So we're not gonna know until we actually get the result. But which way does that go? Said decision. Went decision. I said Barboza. I honestly don't know. All I do know is we've got 2 matches left. I'm going to have to find out who has got the win on that one in a sec when we get back. Could be an Ige one. Gadelha. Versus Angela Hill is our co-main event this evening. And that is a fight that's coming up next. Women's strawweight. Should be an interesting fight. Here we go. Gonna get the results. (29-28) Barboza. 29-28 Ige. Split decision. Ige's got it. Ige wins via split decision. Well, there we go. Dan Ige gets the win. Boom. Ige with the victory. Well done to him. I thought he was out of it in that first round. I mean, when them fists were raining down, I really thought Barboza had it. So shows the heart of Ige there to come back. Credit where credit is due. He did great. Split decision win wins it for him. So we're going to our co-main event next, which is going to see Claudia Gadelha, who's ranked 15th in the women's strawweight. She's taken on Angela Hill. A lot of Angela Hill fans out there. I can tell you that Gadelha is -210. She is the favorite for this. 17-4 is her record. Angela Hill +175. She's 12-7. Gadelha a little bit underwhelming so far, but this is a good match for her. A few questions around her cardio. She does enough to win rounds, but she might need to limit her takedown attempts. She does go for a lot of takedowns, and she can gas out. The problem with Gadelha is she can gas out. Hill has got a great gas tank. She doesn't tend to gas out. She's got good movement. She's got a longer reach. Versatile striker. Likes to mix her strikes with kicks. This is going to be a tough fight. There's people that think Hill's going to get this, and I can totally see why. I've gone with the bookies' favourite. I've gone with Gadelha because I do think she's working on improving her game, and she might just have a little bit too much for Angela Hill, but a very interesting co-main event we've got coming up next. There's only 2 fights left. Gadelha against Hill. And then, of course, our main event after this, Overeem takes on Walt Harris. Shout out to Thomas Rogers. See Wrestling says, I really don't want to see people letting gas out. It's a big part of UFC. So, yeah, as we said, Claudia Gadelha is ranked 15th in that women's strawweight. Angela Hill just outside the rankings. So she's going to be looking to get into the rankings. This is quite interesting documentary about Bruce Lee that I think is coming to UFC Fight Pass. Days, what are your thoughts on Drew Gulak's release? It sounded like he didn't want to re-sign. That's what people were saying. So, fine. I think there's been a glass ceiling for him for quite a while. I mean, they used him in 205 Live. He finally gets brought up and put with Daniel Bryan. Oh, it's not on UFC Fight Pass. Sorry, that's on ESPN. That Bruce Lee film. I think he's probably had a conversation. He's probably looked at the way things are going and feels that he's reached a limit, or that what he wants to achieve he can't achieve in the ring or something. Angela Hill, second most significant strikes in UFC strawweight history, 1,024 in total. So, if he'll be happier out of WWE, then fair play. Shout out to famous KJ Carter. Vivek says, Angela Hill has got this. Overeem is going to win that main event. Well, I think they're doing the ring walks right now. We've not been seeing the ring walks. We've just gone to another commercial break. We have been seeing the ring walks on UFC Fight Pass, but we've not been seeing the ring walks on the main card. If you are watching and you're not subscribed to the channel, hit subscribe. We are going to be back for the next UFC event, which I think is going to be UFC 250, which I think is early June. That's got one of the best female fighters in the world in action. Really looking forward to that. So we are going to be seeing the fantastic Nunes in action, taking on Spencer, Amanda Nunes, big fan of her. So taking on Spencer, I think that's the main event unless there's going to be other fights announced. And I should imagine there is, because the rest of the card doesn't look amazing right now. But it also looks a little bit thin. Still needs another 6 fights or so to be added. So we'll have to see what else gets added. But just 2 more fights to go tonight. The co-main event coming up next. And then, of course, we've got that very big, emotional main event. Alistair Overeem taking on Walt Harris. This next one, I've got Gadelha getting the win on this. Overeem beat Brock Lesnar. He did. Do you have to pay for the main event? It's on BT Sport here in the UK. So if you've got that channel, you can watch it. It's on ESPN Plus in America, which I think is a subscription thing as well. They do make you wait a little bit between fights. They make you wait around about half an hour when between the prelims and the main card. So at least we don't have to wait that long. But we should be good to go very soon. I'd imagine both fighters are in the octagon when we get back. We should be going back to the action very, very soon. Get your thoughts in. Gadelha versus Hill. Which way do you see this going? And of course, The Last Dance as well. If you've not seen or heard of that, that's on ESPN. It's also on Netflix here in the UK. All about the Chicago Bulls in the late 90s. Really want to watch that. I've heard such great stuff about that. It's meant to be absolutely fascinating. They're actually not in the octagon, so it looks like we're going to be getting the ring walks. Angela Hill is going to make the walk for the 7th time in 421 days. So in March, she lost to Marcus. She won in April. She lost in June. She won in September. She won in January. So she's picked up a few wins recently. 3-fight win streak. Days, do you know about the new entrance stages for the figures that Mattel are meant to be releasing? No. I know they've been working on an entrance stage for a long, long time. They've been trying to figure out how. They showed one at WrestleMania last year, but they said it was a concept and they couldn't get the price to work. So 3-fight win streak for Angela Hill. This is our co-main event. I got Gadelha on this one, says Scouts Yanks. Same here, dude. So she got a big win over Marcus after changing her style. Gadelha against Hill. Days, what do you use for streaming OBS? Hill is going to win by KO in the first round, says Kate. Okay. She's definitely got a chance. She's the outsider when it comes to the bookies odds. Gadelha minus 210, Hill plus 175. Yeah, I mean, this is big moment for her. She's on a win streak. She's up against a ranked opponent. So let's see. Let's see what she can do. Chalmers, yes. Back in the day he did. Not for a long time. Let me have a look. And I'll tell you. McGregor. McGregor obviously tweeting out that he might be coming back at welterweight, which got people excited. McGregor fought on Fight Night back in 2013, UFC Fight Night, Shogun versus Sonnen. He also main evented a Fight Night, McGregor versus Brandeo in 2014. He was main evented another Fight Night in 2015. But I think 2015, so he's been on 3 Fight Nights. He's been on 3 Fight Nights. Main evented 2 of them. And the last time he was on a Fight Night was 2015. Of course, the last time we saw him in action was at UFC 246 on the 18th of January, where he beat Cowboy Cerrone. Before that, UFC 229, where he lost against Habib. Before that, UFC 205, going back quite a way, with that big win over Eddie Alvarez. And he should be back again at some point this year, Conor. So, looking forward to that. Always a big night when Conor's in action. Okay. Gadelha against Hill. McGregor coming off a loss. I think he's got a win. Got a win with his fight. He's coming off a win. He beat Cowboy. Chalmers, no worries. Shout out to you. Again, just waiting, man. They're making us wait a little here. I'm sorry to hear about what happened to the dude's daughter. Like Overeem said, though, it's business. I agree. Can't go easy on him because of what happened, and he wouldn't want that anyway. Walt Harris. Walt Harris is a slight favourite for that main event. He is minus 150. Overeem plus 120. That fight coming up after this. R.I.P. Overeem. Well, here we go. We're back from commercial break, and both of the women are in the octagon right now. Angela Hill, 35. Claudia Gadelha is 31. Bruce Buffer doing the honours. Co-main event. Fighting. Angela Hill. Right, we're all set up. We're good to go. Plus 190 underdog fighting out of San Diego, California. Record of 12-7. Been very, very active in recent years. No waiting around for Angela Hill. Her opponent, ranked opponent. Fighting out of Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. Minus 240 favourite. Here we go. Loving it. She's pumped, man. Keith Peterson, the referee for this one. Here we go. We're underway. Gadelha, favourite for this. Claudia looking a little bit smooth. Hill coming forward with a couple of jabs straight out the gate. Nice right hand. She's got Claudia backed up against the cage, but Claudia coming forward. I feel like this is a straightforward win for Claudia. But Hill is a very dangerous opponent. This is our co-main event in the women's straw weight, as we said. Gadelha. Right-left combo. Hill. So much movement from her. And Gadelha is having to pace herself because she does gas out. Knee to the body by Hill. Nice. Left hand. Just driving Hill back a little bit. But Hill very active. Nice. Couple of shots to the body. Right, left to the body by Claudia, who then goes high. Again, another shot to the body. So far, 6 shots to 4 for Claudia Gadelha. Mixing it up. Mixing up her levels, which is good. Oh, that was a big shot from Claudia to the head of Hill. Hill moving around a lot. Just struggling maybe to find a way through. She's throwing a fair bit, but not getting past the defenses of Claudia. But she's moving a lot. There's a lot of footwork. There's a lot of movement. Oh, nice hook. Left hook, but into the clinch. Gadelha has got Hill up against the octagon. It's taken a few moments for us to get to this point, but she's made a move. She's managed to grab Hill. She's really got her pinned up here. Hill is having to work quite hard to try and get out of this. Knee to the body. Hill changing direction. Desperately trying to get out. But she's being driven. And Claudia putting all of her weight onto Hill. She's doing well here. Claudia controlling this. Controlling Hill. She's already got more strikes, more significant strikes. Now she is taking some control time. Looking for a takedown as well. Hill in trouble. Looking to chip the legs. Takedown for Claudia. Takedown for Claudia. Hill on her back. Not where Angela Hill wants to be. This is a very good start for Claudia. Gadelha on top of Angela Hill right now. Got less than a minute. Strikes to the head. Nice left hand to the head. She could probably do with letting some fists go here. Just give the referee something to think about. Tries to get a shot to the side of the head, and Angela Hill getting over to the octagon, to the side of the cage, trying to use that to turn against. Nice, getting a base now so she can fire some shots. They're coming. They're coming, Angela Hill. The shots are coming. Here come the hammer fists. Angela Hill, though, managing to flip round. And there. Strikes to the side of the head. Some big left hands. Oh, that was getting good, you know. That's annoying. That's getting good. That's Gadelha around. Claudia around, no doubt. So that's Claudia Gadelha round for me. 29 strikes to 10. 28 significant strikes to 9. And a takedown as well. I would say quite even at the start of the round, in all fairness. I thought that Angela Hill actually looked quite good at the start. But Claudia Gadelha just starting to edge away as that round went on. Okay, we're getting ready for the second round. Don't forget, this is our co-main event. 1 fight left. UFC 250 coming in June. World Featherweight Championship on the line. Nunes versus Spencer. Amanda Nunes, one of the best MMA fighters. Whether you're a man, woman, whatever weight you're in. Legit one of the best. So that will be very tasty. Right, left combo coming in by Gadelha. Angela Hill trying to find a way through, but keeps getting tagged. Claudia is changing levels and swing and a miss. Big swing from Angela Hill. Coming in again. Significant strikes, 35 to 11 for Claudia. Angela Hill looking for another couple of quick jabs straight down the center. Couldn't get it though. 4 minutes left in the second round. Oh, she caught her there. Angela Hill caught Claudia. And there's blood now coming down the eye. Claudia goes down. Angela Hill is getting a little bit of success here. Oh, Angela Hill. Angela Hill is not done yet. Catching her a couple of times. Blood coming down from the eye the first time. Nice uppercut coming in by Angela Hill. Angela Hill still got all that energy. She's got a great gas tank. Oh, catching her again. Angela Hill. This is great for Angela Hill. For some reason, she's not really changed the game plan, but the shots are now getting through. Right, Claudia, what you going to do? You're well up in this fight, but you're being asked some questions now. She looks a little bit stunned, Claudia Gadelha. Honestly, looking a little bit rocked here, but she is firing back some shots of her own. Angela Hill getting the better of this. Right-left combo coming in by Claudia. Claudia looking for a takedown. Not getting it. Driving Angela Hill back up against the side of the cage. Man, this is another great fight, you know. I didn't have high hopes for this one. Knee to the body by Angela Hill. Gadelha is backed up against the cage here. I don't know if she's gassed. I mean, she didn't do a great deal in that first. But she's been caught with stuff in this round that she wasn't getting caught with in the first. Now she's just been driven up against the side of the octagon. This is very interesting. Very, very interesting. Angela Hill, this is her round. First round to Gadelha in the first. Angela Hill taking this one. Rights and lefts, arms being thrown by Gadelha. I can tell you that it's 48 strikes to 30 now for Claudia. 45 to 30 on significant. So she's still well up on numbers. Oh, and a big right hand by Claudia. That got through to Hill. Hill definitely felt that. Oh, and another one. Some big strikes being eaten now by Hill. Is this going to be a similar story to the first where Hill has the better of the start, but Claudia has the better of the end? Just a couple of strikes that came in that really rocked Hill. Still blood coming down the face of Claudia, though. She's been in a fight, and she knows it. Angela is mixing up her levels. Working so hard. Kick coming in there by Angela Hill as well. Nice. Right hand. Right hook by Angela Hill. Kick to the body. Claudia just a little bit out of distance. Bit of a Superman punch from Angela Hill. But couldn't connect with it. They've got less than 10 seconds to go. Nice. Hook. This is great. That's great from Angela Hill. That really is great from Angela Hill. It's a hook followed by a left straight down the center, followed by a head kick. And Claudia definitely getting tagged there. 63-49, 60-48. Great fight. And we're going into a third round. It's been a night of great fights, man. Honestly. I wish I could say every UFC show was like this, but it really isn't. This is something very special. I can't understand what they're saying to Claudia. Do better, probably. Great fight. I agree. Claudia looks blown up. She does look blown up. This is a problem that we touched on before. She doesn't have a great gas tank. And as we said, you know, she'll probably look for less takedown attempts to try and save some energy. But Angela Hill, she has just been activity non-stop. And she still looks like as fresh as she did in round one. She's got incredible cardio. Incredible cardio. I'm more out of breath watching than Angela Hill is doing what she's been doing. AMG says all tied up going into the third. 19-19 says Nick Baldwin. Third should be interesting. Yeah, I think you've got to give that second round to Angela Hill. Significant strikes, significant head strikes. 21-4 to Claudia in round one. 27-24 in round two. And Claudia letting her hands go a little bit here. But so is Angela Hill. What a fight. Really enjoyable stuff. Co-main event living up to the hype. Coming forward with a nice right hand. Oh, it's a lovely uppercut. Such quick hands, Angela Hill. Really, she throws volume. She throws combos. She doesn't throw just one shot. Nice kick to the body by Angela Hill. I mean, Claudia's getting some shots in as well, but this is so close now. 75-62, 72-61 on significant. And there was an absolute chasm between these two after round one. Wow. 3 minutes left, that's all. Gadelha firing back some shots of her own. Angela Hill just working so hard. So much movement, so much energy. Lovely left hand, straight down the middle. Right hand misses from Claudia. Nice front leg kick. She should work that more. She should work that front leg kick more. Claudia. Haven't seen her using that enough. Hill, 18-14. These two are really trading now. Really great stuff. Claudia was starting to back Hill up a little bit there, but she managed to get out of dodge. Blood coming down the face of Claudia. Hill standing the ground in the center, going for a kick to the body, trying to follow up with a lovely right hand. Couldn't quite connect with it, but Claudia is getting some shots through. 83-73, 80-73 on significant. Nothing much in this. Nothing in this. Angela Hill doing so well. So impressed with what I've seen from her. Oh. I feel like the power is with Claudia. I feel like the volume is with Hill. But looking at Claudia's face, it's a mess. Blood and it's swelling. Angela Hill's definitely been getting through, causing problems. Nice. Lunging in with a left hand. 85-81. She even tries a spinning back elbow, Angela Hill. Which way? Which way is this going? Which way do the judges score this? Because Claudia's standing her ground. Wow. Brilliant. Nothing but respect for both of these. With 40-odd seconds to go, we're still standing and banging. Claudia has got Hill up against the cage. Hill spins it round. I don't know how you score this. Oh, vicious elbow from Claudia. That was beautiful. Significant strikes in round 3. If it was all on round 3, it's 35-29 to Hill. 15 seconds to go, and there is nothing to separate these. I don't know how you separate them. Oh, head kick coming in by Angela Hill. Knee to the body. I don't know how you score it. I don't know how you score it. I mean, all I can tell you is that Claudia, 95-88 on total strikes. Claudia, 92-87 on significant strikes. 1 takedown to 0. If you look at the numbers, Claudia was the better fighter, but not by much. And we already know that they're not going to judge it on that. If they're going to judge it on work rate, activity, moving forward, it's Angela Hill. They could give this Hill. They really could. And I wouldn't complain. Whoo! What a fight. Let me know which way you'd be going. Madup said that was great. Claudia definitely gassed. Didn't keep her distance with the kicks. Main event time after this, friends. Right, wow, I can't wait to find this out. Very, very intrigued. I said Claudia would win. If Angela wins, I'll be over the moon. Honestly. There's a lot of love for Angela. Wow, here we go. Hill, 29-28. 29-28, Gadelha. 29-28. Gadelha won it. Split decision, and Angela Hill is not happy. Super close fight. Claudia says that she felt she'd done enough. I can't say that was... I'm not down on that result. I think it was close. I think whoever got it was going to be deserving. You could argue it should have been a draw. It was a split decision. But I do feel sorry for Hill because it's hard to know what more she could have done apart from that sort of disastrous first round. Oh, I feel sorry for Hill. Most wins in UFC strawweight history. Claudia Gadelha with 7. Same as Angela Hill. Right, main event time. Main event. Tough to score, that one. Really tough to score. I'm super confused. How are you doing, Brandon? I'm good, thank you. Really, really enjoyed the action tonight. I think it's been a brilliant night of action. Hill gets screwed by decisions a lot. She needs to finish these on her own. Take the judges out of it. It's always going to be that way. It's always going to be that way if it goes to the judges. We've seen time after time after time. But I can't be down on that. The numbers said that Gadelha had won. The numbers were on her side. But the activity, the work rate was definitely on Angela Hill's side. So whoever they'd given it to, there would have been unhappy people there. Wow, here we go. I mean, look, This is what tonight has been building towards. This is a big main event. Overeem against Harris. Harris is definitely going to have the crowd support. Overeem's a legend, though, that's achieved so much. A future Hall of Famer, no doubt. But, yeah, I mean, what do you say? 11 first-round finishes for Walt Harris. I don't think this is a decision. I think this is a finish. And I've gone with Overeem. I just wonder if Harris is going to be able to keep his composure. If Harris is going to be able to stick to a game plan. I'm not sure. We're going to find out. Get your thoughts in. Final fight of the evening. Overeem versus Harris. Which way do you see this going? Who won? Claudia won by decision. Main event time coming up. That's what we've got. I love both of these, says Morgan. Yeah, I don't think this will be long. To be honest, I don't think this is going to be a decision. I can't see this going 5 rounds. Overeem, experienced. He doesn't have much of a chin. That's Overeem's problem. He doesn't have much of a chin anymore. If he gets caught, he's in trouble. Which is why he's not coming in as the favorite. Walt Harris is the favorite. He is more skilled, Overeem, though, and he is better on the ground. So if he can get Harris down, then he can control the fight. Overeem knows. Overeem is fully aware that he's 39. He's nearly 40. He's been in over 60 MMA fights. He knows that he's not going to be able to stand and bang anymore. There's no way he's going to be able to stand and trade shots with Walt Harris. So I think he's going to look for takedowns. I think Overeem is going to look to make this a dirty fight. He's not going to want to stand and bang. And he can't, because if he gets caught on the chin, he's down. Overeem will go down. But I've got more confidence that Overeem can get Harris down than I have Harris gets a clean shot on Overeem. But the bookies think that Harris is going to get the job done. Not by much, minus 150. Overeem plus 120. Harris does have fast hands, great knockout power, sneaky uppercuts, and he is improving. He's very athletic, but we don't know what his takedown defense is like because there's not many people that have tried to take him down. There's not many people that have tried to take down Harris. Overeem will. So what's Harris going to do when someone's lunging at him? That's a big question mark. You do everything in your power to make sure that your loved one is found safe. And when that doesn't happen, what do you do then? Rough, man. Rough. What round will this finish in? I'm gonna say round. Complete guess. Round 3. Round 3. Overeem. Submission. I don't know if Harris will submit. I think the ref will call it. Maybe TKO. I can't picture Harris submitting. But I don't think it's going to go decision. Overeem's chin, it's not going to last 5 rounds. So Overeem could go down. Round one, you think? Can I DM you on Instagram with a graphic design? I'm never on Instagram, dude. Just looking at Overeem's victory over Brock, which was a long time ago now. Harris says he is excited. He can't wait to get back in there. Main event time. Here we go. We haven't seen any ring walks for the main card, but we're seeing the ring walk for this one. Blows a kiss to the camera, looks up to the heavens. He's got a t-shirt with his stepdaughter on. I honestly, I didn't expect that to be as mentioned. I mean, it was always going to be a factor, but I didn't think it was going to be acknowledged as much by the UFC as what it's been, but it's been the central point to this. Smile on his face, which you love to see for Walt Harris. He's definitely got the support of the people. I don't know, maybe he is going to have some composure. You just got to question where his emotions are. But he's dancing his way down to the ring. He wants to fight. Man. Wrestling Days fan, shout out to you. What are you talking about? Harris's stepdaughter was murdered at the end of 2019. She went missing, and they found her body after she'd been shot. And we've seen a lot of the footage in the build. We saw I mean, I don't even know where the court case is or what the latest is on all of that. I just remember hearing about it at the end of last year. But they showed the guy, the suspect, in court. Harris said he wanted to jump over and kill him, basically, as you can imagine. And, yeah, very emotional video packages. And we've seen a lot of footage that I wasn't expecting to see. Unbeaten in his last 4 fights. 3rd fastest finish in UFC heavyweight history. Finished all 13 wins by knockout. Walt Harris steps into the octagon, ready to fight. Ranked number 9 in the heavyweight division. This is our main event, and he is taking on one of the greats, Alistair Overeem, who is ranked 8th. Has been fighting for 20 years, Alistair Overeem. Victory over Brock Lesnar, as we said earlier. Definitely on the decline, Overeem. But still got much to offer, loads to offer, bags of experience. Walking back and forth here, Harris. Walt Harris never looked upset, though. He did in the video package. He broke down into tears. Here we go. Overeem making his way down. You mean glass chin, Overeem? In Canada, you can't even buy it on my TV. Really? This fight is going to feel a bit like Ric Flair versus Shawn. Yes, Giancarlo. Overeem hasn't been the same since he got off the roids. Wow, here he is. Last time we saw him, his lip was busted. It was horrible. His lip was cut all up here, completely split. Mixed martial arts royalty. Born Hounslow, England. but fights out of the Netherlands. Future Hall of Famer. Alistair Overeem. I love watching Overeem fight. Just really appreciate the legends, and he absolutely is one of those. Okay, Overeem has made his ring walk. Overeem, 45 wins in MMA. 45 wins in MMA. 18 losses, though. But 45 wins. Taking on Walt Harris, who has only had 20 MMA fights, winning 13, losing 7. Former Strikeforce heavyweight champion. Highest striking accuracy in UFC history. 73.3%. Finished 40 of his 45 wins. 23 by knockout. 17 by submission. Don't think he's got that knockout power anymore. But he could get a submission win. Goes over. Real show of respect to Harris. Overeem is British born but identifies himself as Dutch due to his ethnicity. Should represent Britain if he was born and grew up here. I think he's always identified, though, that way. Uh, 3-inch reach advantage for Alistair Overeem. 3 years between these two. Harris, 3 years younger. Main event time. There's McGregor man bun or Masvidal man bun. Oh, I don't know. It's just making me hungry. Sunny Wolf says, I think I'm part Dutch. Amazing. Here we go. Main event time. Alistair Overeem. Gotta be honest, not the kind of person you want standing opposite you. Bruce Buffer. Doing Bruce Buffer things. It's time! Main event. Man, I think everyone watching this fight right now is pulling for Walt Harris after what he's been through. Absolutely. No doubt about that. Walt Harris, big smile on his face. Final fight of the evening, my friends. What a brilliant, very enjoyable night it's been. We've seen some fantastic fights. We've been streaming for 5.5 hours. Nearly 6 hours. It's been a long evening, but an enjoyable evening. And now we're at the point where the Demolition Man, Alistair Overeem, ranked 8th in the world, takes on the big ticket, Walt Harris, ranked 9th in this heavyweight contest. Not expecting judges on this one. Alistair Overeem, legend, future Hall of Famer, taking on Walt Harris. This is going to be interesting, man. Very, very interesting. Walt Harris is slight favourite for this. Minus 150. Overeem plus 120. Another sign of respect between Overeem and Harris. Here we go. Everyone wants Harris to win. I do like Overeem. Right, we're underway. No racing in. Coastamaniac says, Days, is it odd I'm not watching TV? Just you. Even though I'm lost and I don't watch UFC, I am entertained. Well, that's nice. Shout out to you, my friend. Great main event. Great main event. Just two guys in the octagon now, though. That's what it all comes down to. Overeem, Harris, heavyweight main event. 5 rounds if needed. And which way does this go? So far, only the one strike coming in from Harris. Spinning back kick by Overeem. Overeem backing away, blocking a shot. Harris letting some fists go. Overeem's going to be looking for takedowns. He's going to be looking to get this down to the ground where he can. Goes for a front leg kick. Oh, a couple of shots coming in by Harris. And now shots are coming in. Overeem's going to have to cover. Oh, he's moving. Hammer fist. The ref's going to look at this, but Overeem does get back up. Overeem covering up. Overeem trying to defend. Referee having a good look. Overeem covering. He's going to have to fire something back. Shots coming down. Ref's going to call this soon. He's going to call it soon. But Overeem managing to survive. Oh, Harris. Harris, you were so close. Loads of damage done. Blood pouring down the face of Overeem. Overeem is a bloody mess. Harris leaning all of his weight into Overeem. Overeem's chin being questioned right now, and all Overeem can do is cover up. Overeem, no. Harris in a little bit of trouble. Oh, rear naked. Has he got a rear naked? Overeem. Oh, Harris spins it round. Oh. Man, this is fire. This is fire. Overeem then saw an opening. The arm was under the chin, right across the throat. Thought a rear naked choke was on. Overeem is on top of Harris right now. Little shots coming in. We were seconds. I don't even know how the ref didn't stop that fight. We were seconds away. Just not even that, milliseconds away from Harris getting the win. Overeem weathering the storm, moving forward. And now he finds himself on top of Harris, firing shots in. But as the dust kind of settles a little bit down now, 30 strikes to 8 for Harris. 30 significant strikes to 5 for Harris. Harris has caused a lot of problems for Overeem here. But Overeem is punching Harris in the face. And Overeem is a bloody mess. There's blood everywhere. He got caught, man. Nasty. But he survived. Overeem having to use all of that experience. Having to dig real deep. And right now, controlling the past minute of this fight. Just firing in some shots to the head. Again, more shots. I think you can hear Overeem saying, come on, Walt. You're going to have to do more than that, but Harris definitely has eaten some shots to the head. Bit of trash talking from Overeem. Look at these shots are getting through. He is getting smacked in the face repeatedly. I got to tell you, being hit in the face repeatedly for a minute and a half by Alistair Overeem is not fun. I mean, not that it's ever happened to me, and nor do I hope it ever does, but you can see on the face of Harris, he's having to suck in some air. He's got the weight of Overeem on him, and Harris is having to take some deep breaths here. Overeem now is sitting on Harris's legs, constantly just tagging him in the head. Harris is going to get up, but there's only about 10 seconds to go. Knees coming in from Overeem. I mean, this is a Harris round, but good work. Wow. Wow. Incredible. Incredible. Damn it, Harris, says Seth. Is Harris the one controlling? He was, and then Overeem controlled the end. Harris took the round. Harris took the round. But Overeem finished it the stronger and controlled the end. Right-left combo drops Overeem. These hammer fists coming down, these strikes. But Overeem managing to get on top of Harris, and then for a good minute and a half, 2 minutes, just punched him in the head. Let's see if round two's as juicy, shall we? What a round. What a great round. Love UFC. Right, here we go. So, Overeem definitely taking some damage. I mean, Harris getting hit in the head, but repeatedly. But you do feel that Overeem's got to be maybe a little bit more susceptible right now. But if he can get a takedown on Harris... Yeah, Harris did more damage. Harris did more damage. Overeem's still in there, though. Very experienced. He's been in wars before. He's been in the deep water before. What an amazing show this has been, says James Chadwick. Overeem won the round or the fight? Neither. He could win the fight, but that was a Harris round. 30 strikes to 9. 30 significant strikes to 6. Overeem with 1 takedown to 0, though. Both guys seemed quite tired after that. Both guys seem to have had a lot taken out of the tank. Oh, Overeem! Overeem with a head kick! Charging forward, shots to the side of the head, shots to the body, hammer fists coming down by Overeem. Harris covering up, but he's down. He's got Overeem on his back. This is not where Harris wants to be. Big strikes to the side of the head. He's covering. The ref's looking. But you got to do a lot more than that, Overeem. Overeem needs to be moving a lot quicker. Hammer fisting away. Give the ref something to think about. There's just a few shots to the side of the head, and I don't think the ref's too interested at the moment. Harris has got to fire back, though. He's just blocking up. He's going to have to do more than this. Referee, you can see, is having a look. Overeem. Again, I mean, look, is Harris just going to eat this for 2.5 minutes? He's covered up. He's got Overeem on the back. This is all good stuff for Overeem. He's eating control time here. He's got a lot of control time. A lot of strikes. Overeem can just pick his shots here, and I don't think there's much Harris can do. The ref might be saying, you're going to have to move. Otherwise, I'm going to stop it. Overeem reaching under, looking for a rear naked. Harris covering up. Get him off of you. And he stops it. Overeem wins. Overeem, round 2, TKO. And Overeem puts his arm around Harris. Harris slumped against the cage. It was a head kick. Head kick followed with a lovely left hook. Harris goes down. And then literally for a minute, Overeem, 72 strikes to 30 for Overeem. That's how many shots he reined in. 69 significant strikes to 30. Each one of these headshots is counting. And there comes a point where Harris wasn't moving. He was just trying to cover up, and you can't do that for a round. Alistair Overeem. We're going to hear from Overeem. Heartache for Harris. Sad. It is sad ending. Overeem is not the person that you want standing over from the octagon from you. Well, there we go. Those are the results. Very, I don't know, an emotional main event. You really do feel for Harris. Overeem did what he came to do, and it is what it is. What else can you say? Respect to Harris for even getting in and doing that fight and being moments, milliseconds away from winning it. He was milliseconds away from victory in the first there, Harris. Overeem has snatched victory from the jaws of defeat. I do feel for him, man. I do feel for him. So, Alistair Overeem, the Demolition Man, wins by TKO in round 2. Let's see what Overeem's got to say before we give our final thoughts. Overeem said, stay focused. Thanking his team. Overeem says he keeps finding focus and he loves it. Overeem says he loves to train. This longer camp was not a punishment. He says he got caught and got cut. I just wondered if they were going to speak to Harris. Yeah, lovely head kick. Follows it in with the left. Best fight. I still feel like that best fight was the one from earlier. I really do. That Elkins fight. Elkins against Landwehr is absolutely brilliant. Overeem says he doesn't know what he wants next, but he would love a shot at the title, of course. Here we go. He's going over to Walt Harris. Let's see what's going to be said. Every father in the world is proud of what you've done today. Say what you want. He says, I want to say thank you to the UFC, helping me through this process. Big thank you to Dana. He's getting upset. So Walt Harris getting very emotional. Walt Harris says, and the last thing, I want to thank the fans. I mean, I know you can't be here right now, but I actually got the vibe there that for a moment he forgot they weren't there. I honestly got, I want to thank the fans. And there seemed like a moment where then he realized they weren't there. I think he's so in his own world, he's so in his own mental space. He genuinely might have forgotten there was none there. So final thoughts coming up in a second, and we'll stick around for like 5 minutes. And honestly, yes, I really thought that Elkins fight earlier was absolutely brilliant against Landwehr. I mean, the Hill fight, Hill against Gadelha was a great fight. The Song Yadong fight was a great fight as well. That was very, very interesting. There was a lot, actually. This was a really great card. I got to tell you, I was excited about some of these fights tonight. And a lot of the fights definitely delivered. But there was, this exceeded my expectations. Absolutely. I enjoyed tonight a lot more than last week. And on paper, last week's one of the best cards we've ever seen in UFC. I mean, honestly, you'd look at last week's card and your mouth watered. You look at this one, you go, okay, I can see some good stuff there. But I thought tonight was absolutely brilliant. Really enjoyed it. Sasuke 100k, shout out to you. Shout out to Jason. He would have got a standing ovation. Oh, yeah, definitely. No doubt about that. And he would have deserved it. But, I mean, you've got to say credit to Overeem. To come back after that first round, you know, what he suffered. You know, he was very much staring at defeat. Face was busted. There was blood pouring down his head. But he managed to find a way. So TKO, round 2, managed to weather that storm. Got the better of the end of that first round. And, took the victory in round number 2. Nothing but respect for each other. I love that Overeem is amazing. God bless Harris and his family. Wrestling Days fan, shout out to you. As I said, I can see we've got 3 minutes. 3 minutes, and then we will have been streaming for 6 hours. It feels rude to end the stream until we get to 6 hours. So, I'm going to stick around for just a few more minutes. UFC, the main show has just finished. Obviously, they're going to go over to final thoughts, and we'll find out who gets win bonuses and things like that. And I really would feel that it would be such a shame if that brilliant fight on the prelims wasn't rewarded. So I hope that they do get something. Emily, shout out to you. Appreciate the support. G2 Pranks and Gameplays, shout out to you as well. It's very enjoyable, as I said, for me to spend this time with you guys because there's actually no one in my family that cares for UFC. So I would legit be watching this show on my own, which is kind of why the channel started. It started so that because I watched WWE on my own and I'd be watching UFC on my own. So I'm very fortunate that I get to spend this time with you lot so that I can actually talk about it and get excited about it and see your reactions and your thoughts on it as well. Madup says, Days, I honestly think out of the 3 UFC events I've seen so far, this was the best top to bottom. Mac and Cheese, Days, I did a fan draft and I added your name and you've been added to NXT. Amazing. Sunny Wolf, shout out to you. Imtiaz, shout out to you as well. A whisper out for Ghostomaniacs. Song Yadong. Yes, love Song Yadong. We've got a minute. 1 minute. I'm sticking around for now because the show's finished. I feel like we've said everything that needs to be said. We will be back for UFC 250. If you're watching and you're not subscribed, hit the subscribe if you fancy joining us again. As we said, we will be back for UFC 250. Of course, we're back a lot more regular than that when it comes to wrestling. We will be back tomorrow for an old school wrestling watch along or whatever. But when it comes to the wacky world of UFC, we will be back for 250. And I am very much looking forward to seeing that Amanda Nunes fight. She is one of my favourite fighters, so very much looking forward to that. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure there's going to be other fights added to that card that are going to be tasty. It doesn't look like the best card yet. But, hey, if it's anything like tonight, we're in for another treat, aren't we? So, Ethan, shout out to you, dude. Shout out to you. Thank you to everyone that's joined us. What are we doing tomorrow? In Your House is what we're going to watch tomorrow. So we'll be watching that. I think it will start about 11 UK time, 6 o'clock Eastern. So we'll do a watch along for that. But yes, when it comes to UFC, we will be back. I think early June for UFC 250. Should be a big show. Awesome, guys. Thanks a lot for watching. Really do appreciate the support. And I mean that, and you know that I mean that. So thank you all. I hope you have a great evening wherever you are. I hope you had a great evening tonight, wherever you are. We just saw a really great show. So, yeah, thanks a lot for watching. And hopefully see you again next time. Bye for now.